We will be taking your panel discussion, of course, moderated by Engineer Dr. Yetunde Aladeton, FNSC. Please, can we put our hands together for the DG NIMASA, Dr. Dayo Moberola, represented here by Engineer Olatunji Ahmed. Thank you, sir. 10 minutes. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I know we have spent a lot of time since morning, and it's good that we have gone to refresh and come back. I want you to allow me to stand on the existing protocol. I'm presenting this paper on behalf of my DG of NIMASA, Dr. Dayo Moberola, who has another engagement outside the country. Everything that I said today, or I'm going to say today, is on his behalf. The title of this paper is Engineering the Future, Unleashing Nigeria Innovation and Entrepreneurship in the Blue Economy. Introduction. Nigeria stands at a defining moment. As the country seeks to diversify its economy and position itself for long-term resilience, the blue economy presents one of the most promising paths for inclusive growth, industrialization, and sustainability. With an 853 kilometers coastline, extensive inland waterways, and a maritime system through which over 90% of our international trade moves, Nigeria's maritime endowment represents not only a source of national strength, but a frontier for new economic possibilities. Across Africa, the blue economy generated an estimated of about $300 billion and supported almost 50 million jobs in 2018. Nigeria must capture a meaningful size of this value. The establishment of Federal Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy signals the government's recognition that maritime resources must be harnessed in a coordinated, strategic, and innovation-driven manner. The ministry directs national maritime policy, while NIMASA serves as the regulatory institution responsible for safety administration, maritime security, shipping development, and marine environmental protection as a way of shipping promotion. Although I am not an engineer, I'm speaking for my DG. I am an engineer, but my DG is not an engineer, so I'm reading for him. Although I am not an engineer by training, I speak today with deep conviction about the unparalleled role of the engineering profession in shaping the future of Nigeria's blue economy. Indeed, as we consider our national ambition, a critical question is, what forms of engineering innovation will be required to unlock Nigeria's maritime potential over the next decade? Engineering and innovation as a catalyst for blue economy. The blue economy is fundamentally an engineering enterprise. The safety of vessels, the resilience of ports, the efficiency of logistics system, the integrity of aquaculture operations, and the design of coastal protection structures all rely on engineering principles translated into practical solutions. Every dimension of NIMASA's regulation work depends on engineering capability, from ship survey functions and maritime safety management to navigation system, environmental mitigation technologies, and emerging transition towards cleaner fuels. One of the Nigerian's most transformative security interventions, the Integrated National Security and Waterway Protection Infrastructure, popularly known as the Deep Blue Project, demonstrates how engineering drives national capacity. Deep Blue Project integrates air, sea, and land assets into a unified security architecture, featuring special mission aircraft, unmanned air vehicles, interceptor boats, special mission vessels, and a state-of-the-art C4I. And this is an acronym for Command, Control, Communication, and Computer and Intelligence Center. While these systems have virtually eliminated piracy and crimes in our waters in the last 3 years that it was launched, it has also strengthened maritime stability. The next phase of Nigerian security evolution will require predictive capabilities. This involves integrating artificial intelligence, real-time analytics, advanced sensor and data engineering to anticipate threats before they actually manifest. Such a transition invites a timely reflection. And this is another question. How can Nigeria's engineering community lead the shift from reactive patrol-based security to intelligence-driven maritime domain awareness? In the same vein, maritime safety cannot advance without strong engineering inputs. Compliance with international maritime standards, especially those of the International Maritime Organization, requires innovation in vessel design, blasted water treatment, oil spills modeling, pollution prevention technologies, and incident response systems. This raises another important question to us as engineers. What regulatory and institutional frameworks are needed to strengthen engineering compliance across Nigeria's maritime industries? Environmental responsibility provides an equally pressing engineering challenge. The IMO 2050 net zero greenhouse gas strategy, with interim milestones for 2030 and 2040, demands that Nigerians prepare for cleaner propulsion system, port electrification, and emission monitoring frameworks. This transition towards alternative fuels, such as methanol, ammonia, requires safety standards, bunker infrastructure, risk assessment, and retrofitting capabilities, issues that call for deep engineering research and innovation. Here, the broader engineering community might think of this question again. How Nigerians adopt global decarbonization technologies to local contexts in a way that are both cost-effective and environmentally sound. Policy direction under the Federal Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy. The Federal Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy provides the overarching policy framework that guides Nigerian maritime aspiration. This national vision integrates multiple subsectors: shipping, ports, aquaculture, coastal tourism, maritime biodiversity, biotechnology, circular economy system, and also renewable energy into a unified policy blueprint. Nigeria's recent re-election to IMO Category C reaffirms our capacity to modernize maritime governance. This development offers an opportunity for panelists to reflect on this another yet question: how Nigeria's engineering and regulatory institutions can align domestic systems with emerging global obligations. Within this framework, NIMASA's regulatory function remains central. The agencies promote safety, security, environmental protection, shipping development, and several capacity. while also supporting indigenous participation through mechanisms such as the Capital Festival Financing Fund and the training of Nigerians as seafarers through the Nigerian Seafarers Development Program, NSDP. As Nigeria seeks to grow its maritime economy, an essential question emerges for policymakers and practitioners such as engineers. How can regulations serve not merely as compliance enforcement, but as a catalyst for engineering-led economic development? Challenges and opportunity. Nigeria's blue economy presents a greater opportunity that demands engineering ingenuity and entrepreneurial ambition. Port modernization is a national priority. While the Lekki depots reflect engineering excellence, the country must accelerate the digital transformation of other ports. This includes advanced cargo handling system, integrated gate automation, a functional port community system, multimodal leakages, and decarbonization port equipment. Nigeria's competitiveness depends on the efficiency of its ports, prompting a reflective question for the engineering community. This is another question. What port engineering solution can Nigeria deploy within resource constraints to achieve global competitiveness? Maritime security, through improved, still presents opportunity for deeper innovation. The future lies in the predictive surveillance technologies that integrate satellite imagery, UAV system, radar data, ARC signals, and artificial intelligence. Achieving this vision will require ingenious maintenance ecosystem, system integration expert, and local research opportunity. I have another question. How can Nigeria cultivate the engineering capability required to sustain such an advanced system? In order not to take much of our time, let me just conclude this way. The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy provides strategic guidance. NIMASA ensures regulatory stability, safety, and environmental stewardship. But the realization of Nigeria's maritime ambition will ultimately depend on engineering profession. The strategies we articulate, the maritime system we envision, and the blue economy we aspire to build will not emerge automatically. They must be engineered by the mind, skills, and innovation of Nigerians engineers. Now, Nigeria now stands at a moment of opportunity. Engineers must design modern ports, strengthen maritime security system, expand aquaculture production, pioneer new fuel technology, build marine technology, enterprises, and innovate coastal protection solutions. The blue economy potential is vast, but it must be translated into measurable, tangible progress. And so I ask the following three questions. The GG is throwing these three questions to the engineers. How can we harness engineering excellence to shape a maritime economy that is competitive, secure, and sustainable? What will it take for Nigerian engineers to lead African in blue economic innovations? And how can we work together to ensure that the next decade becomes the decade in which Nigerian maritime destiny is fully harnessed? The future will not be inherited. It must be engineered. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DG NIMASA. Please put your hands together once again for that keynote address by the DG NIMASA, Dr. Dayo. Thank you. For want of time, permit me to recognize here the President of the Nigerian Society of Engineers. Thank you for being here, and thank you, everyone. Right about now, we're going to start the panel session, panel one, and I'd like to call on the panelists in this order. Please, if our hands are not too busy, can we help welcome upstage Rear Admiral Ibrahim E. Shehu, the Admiral, Superintendent, Navy Dockyard Limited, Rear Admiral Ibrahim E. Shehu. Thank you very much. We also have Engineer Sahaluddin M. Tahir, FNSC, Managing Director, NNPC Engineering and Technical Company Limited. Please put our hands together for Engineer Sahaluddin Tahir, FNSC. Represented here. You're welcome, sir. Please, can we put our hands together for our second panelist, please? We also have Engineer Tengod Egbe, FNSC, the CEO, Cyber Crescent, and Vice President, Innovation, Triple Helix, Nigeria, all the way from Port Harcourt. Please put your hands together for Engineer Tengod Egbe, FNSC. And of course, we have Engineer Alamu Abimbola, FNSC, Logistics Manager, Renaissance. Please put your hands together for Engineer Abimbola, a fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers. And this panel will be moderated by Engineer Dr. Yetunde Aladeton, a fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, a fellow of the Nigerian Society of Chemical Engineers. Can we put our hands together for the moderator, a fine lecturer, an associate professor of the Department of Chemical Engineering and Director, Energy Research Center, University of Abuja. Thank you very much, ma'am. And I trust you to do a great job. Please, for want of time, we would like to restrict you to 40 minutes as much as possible, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Ann. Yes. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to you all. Please permit me to rest on the very well-established protocol. I'm Yetunde Aladeton. Today I'm honored to welcome you to this pivotal session, which is themed Engineering the Future, Unleashing Nigerian Innovation and Entrepreneurship in the Blue Economy. Today, even as we gather, Nigeria stands at the threshold of a new era, where the convergence of technology, innovation, and entrepreneurship can propel us towards a prosperous and a sustainable future. The blue economy, with its vast potential, offers a unique opportunity to diversify our economy, to create jobs, and improve our livelihoods. With Nigeria's extensive coastline and our abundant marine resources and growing tech ecosystem, we are poised to unlock new frontiers in aquaculture, renewable energy, and marine technologies. Today, we have a team of experts who are going to share their perspective today with us, on the theme of today's discourse. So, in no particular order, I'll start with Rear Admiral Ibrahim E. Shehu. Sir, from your perspective as the naval dockyard, what are the most significant gaps in Nigeria's current shipbuilding and repair capabilities? And how do you think we can actually foster a public-private partnership to address these? Thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to thank the Society for inviting me to be a member of this panel. It's an honor to myself and to the Dockyard family. concerning the gaps, as highlighted in the question, I'll be speaking specifically on 3 areas. We talk about facility, scale, and modernity. We speak about skills and certifications, and we'll also talk about industrial base. Now, starting with facility, scale, and modernity. In terms of scale, when we look at the major component of practitioners in the blue economy are vessels of various types, for whatever vocation or activity that is taking place, particularly in the maritime area. And our capacity to maintain or generate these vessels is key to sustaining our ability to harness the benefits of the blue economy. For example, if you look at the sizes of our yards, Niger Dock is the largest yard in the country. It can only take about 25,000 tons, and it can't take vessels beyond 200 meters. Whereas you have, for example, the Bonny Gas Transport Company, which is a subsidiary of NLNG, that has a fleet that far exceeds the capacity of Niger Dock. So all the value addition that goes with maintaining that fleet is shipped offshore. So we are losing that value completely. Now, in the area of shipbuilding, we don't have purpose-built shipbuilding yards in the country. For the few that we have, inclusive of the naval dockyard, they are more of ship repair facilities. The naval dockyard has over the years been innovative in constructing vessels. We've actually undertaken indigenous design and construction of naval vessels. But we cannot go beyond a certain range of vessels. And for that to happen, there must be investment, policy-driven incentivization of entrepreneurs to invest in shipbuilding facilities, purpose-built shipbuilding yards that will enhance the ownership of vessels in support of our blue economy. Now, about skills and certifications. Manpower capacity, capability is a major deficit because of culture and also limited training and education. Yes, the dockyard tries to fill this gap because we provide the avenue for people to come on internships and trainings, but we can only do so much in the very wide maritime community. So we have to upgrade our skills, and then in the area of certifications, for us to participate effectively in ship repair and shipbuilding, you must have certifications to enable you to be commercially permitted to undertake these functions. And if the shipyards are not certified either by way of classification society certifications or ISO certifications, those things hinder the capacity of both yards and individuals to participate effectively in the sector. Now, finally, poor industrial base. Like I said, since 2012, when we commissioned our first indigenously built combat vessel, which I supervised, thankfully, we are now working on our 4th and 5th one. But a lesson has always played out. One lesson we've drawn from it is that practically every input into shipbuilding is imported. Steel, shafting, auxiliary systems, radar, electronic systems, communication systems, every component of shipbuilding is imported. So we don't have that indigenous value chain that we can grow. So there will be need for us to really look at ways of working with OEMs and also growing our indigenous capacity, particularly in the area of steel production. I'm happy that I believe the government is currently working on ways of re-energizing steel production in the country, but that is one major cost component of shipbuilding that we are totally missing out on, and that is a low-hanging fruit, in my opinion, that we can draw from. Now, how do we leverage private-public partnerships? I'll use the example of the yard. The dockyard has collaborated effectively with a lot of engineering companies to support even the oil and gas sector. Companies like Dom and Long Engineering have had various collaborations with the yard, which supported the construction of platforms and several other key components that are deployed either in the oil and gas, fishing, or other related ventures. So what are these ways we can exploit? Look at concessioning ways, where we have already existing facilities. The private sector could be invited through direct collaboration to invest in upgrading some of these facilities on terms that will be favorable and mutually beneficial to both the original owners and the investing parties. Secondly, we look at joint ventures, where outrightly you bring resources or inputs together and try to develop certain components, platforms, or systems for use in support of ventures in the blue economy. And lastly, I'll speak about the build, operate, and transfer model, which is commonly exploited in various areas in other sectors of the economy. We can exploit that, particularly as it relates to the deficits in shipyards, shipbuilding facilities, ship repair facilities, and so on. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. I think from what I can get from what you talked about the gaps as per the skills development. You talked about the lack of skills, the certifications, and also talking about, having just repair facilities and not building facilities. You also mentioned the importance of having, the raw materials that we use to build the ship. For example, I think the steel industry is very important. I know there's something, that is going on in Ajaokuta now. Hopefully, I pray that that will suffice for what we intend to do. And then finally, I think you mentioned about collaboration. When we talked about the PPP, that's the public-private partnership, you discussed the import of collaboration in this effect. Quickly, my next question will go to the representative of the managing director of NETSCO, that is NNPC Engineering Technical Company, and today is ably represented by the manager engineering, Engineer Madaki Mohammed, fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers. Engineer Madaki, the question I have for you is concerning the engineering and strategic, standpoint. So for this standpoint, which single piece of national infrastructure, for example, deep port research vessels, would have the biggest multiplier effect for unlocking the blue economy growth, and why?
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you all for the opportunity, and as you rightly said, I'm representing my MD. You can hear me?
No, can't hear you very well. Can move it nearer.
Can you hear me now? Better? Okay. So for me, I think I would just like to go straight to the point to give us time back because the Rear Admiral talked about a lot areas. And specifically, if you talk about deep ports or maybe the navigational landing vessels.
Sorry, could you speak louder, please? I don't think. Yes.
Okay, I'm barely shouting actually.
Okay, thank you. I hope you can hear him well now.
Is it better now?
All right, thank you.
Okay. So, yes, those are actually opportunities to grow values in the deep sea, so deep port investments. But from engineering perspective and from technical experience, I will tend to agree more with the Admiral with regards to building a heavy duty dry port facility. Because we already have deep port and we have other ports that we can maintain that actually provide quick and massive numbers of employment in this space. But if you look at the lack of technical know-how in the dockyard activities and the capabilities that we need to upscale, that is the greatest supply chain that I would say that when we focus on will give us quick and multiplying effect. Reason being, one, if you do that, there are a lot of specific skills that are just not there today when you talk about offshore knowledge. So we're talking about marine engineering, we talk about agricultural engineering, when we talk about subsea engineering, all these engineerings are very, very limited. And then you need expertise and certification that are recognized.
Okay, sorry to cut you short. The question I'm asking is concerning the national infrastructure that would have the multiple effects.
So that's what I'm saying. So
Okay.
we need to invest more on a dry dock, which has a very big capacity. And if you do that, the school curriculum will be forced to bring out engineers that have these specific skills, because they know there's a job for them where we can maintain our vessels. For example, about 100 to 500 millions per annum of vessel repair money are being capital flight from our vessel owners, because it's a recommended practice that you must, certify your vessel after some months. So they take them to Ghana, maybe South Africa, and even Europe. But if you have that kind of facility here, and you upscale it that can lift up to maybe 200 tons that he talked about, that means we grow engineers, we grow even another different space where you have marine engineers, people that can build ships, and people that have technical knowledge to come in and do this work, because they know there's a work for them to do, not only for us in Nigeria, all the West Africa and the Gulf of Guinea. People will now start coming in. So when you look at the deep sea port, yes, it's like you come, dock in, bring value, and dock out. But this one, you do beyond that, because you are building skills, and then we are going to even transport the skills out for people to go and sell. And you have all our neighboring countries to come here and now repair their ships, and then we bring in the values and return them. Examples, when you have people to do subsea activities,
Okay.
because we talk about blue, this thing does not limit it to only fishery and other stuff. Every engineering activity that support how you survive in that space has to be required and harnessed. So divers now, for example, in deep seas, you have to go get them from abroad, from the Philippines and the rest. Few of them we have in Nigeria. So all these things we need to build from capacity point of view, and that's why I tend to agree with the Admiral that we focus more on the dry dock, massive one, where we can actually build another interesting environment to operate in.
Okay, thank you very much. Basically, you're echoing the thoughts of the first speaker and then emphasizing the need for investment in the blue economy infrastructure. Thank you. Quickly, our next question goes to the CEO of Cypher Crescent and Vice President Innovation of the Triple Helix Nigeria, Engineer Thank-God Egbe. Engineer Thank-God, drawing from your experience in tech and innovation, what digital technologies like AI, IoT, data analytics present the most immediate opportunity for transforming Nigerians' maritime and coastal operations?
All right, thank you, Dr. Yetunde, for that question. Maybe just to tell us what we do, fundamentally is engineering. Not sure if you can
So
hear me.
we can't hear you well. Can you just put the mic near you? Thank you.
Okay. Hello? Okay, yes, this is fine. Okay. So basically, I will start first of all to reflect on my own background as an engineer, and also the background of probably our company, Cypher Crescent. So we are an engineering company, and if we start looking at it, engineering, modeling, and simulation company. And fundamentally, what's really missing in Nigerian engineering is actually computational mathematics. I've been in a lot of gathering where engineers are gathered, and they keep reflecting, all the mathematics they taught us in school, what are we using it for? And start discouraging young people from learning mathematics. And basically, at Cypher Crescent, where I work, fundamentally, we leverage engineering mathematics to solve problems for the oil and gas industry. We've been in this business for 10 years. Personally, I've been solving engineering problems, leveraging mathematics for the past 20 years, solving problems probably almost all over the continents of the world, driving engineering, leveraging mathematics to manage that. So from your own question, you look at is that I like the keynote presentation from the director of NIMASA. DG of the Massa, discussing about what kind of engineering capability do we need to build to transform the maritime sector. Basically, it's not AI, because most of the thing we do with AI is at a shallow phase. We do surveillance phase. We have to go back to building the engineering fundamental knowledge that we need to drive that. That's basically what we do. So just to look at it from ourselves as a Cypher in the oil and gas industry, we leverage advanced mathematics. We have built one of the strongest mathematics library in the country that is used to drive engineering for the oil and gas industry. We do a lot of engineering in Nigeria, but the main engineering is actually missing because the simulation part of it, the modeling part of it are actually missing. For us to transform the maritime sector, transform the blue economy, we need to go back to first principle to be able to fundamentally model what we want to do. We're discussing about building the shipyards. We are actually constructing, repairing, but for you to go back into building that fundamentally starts from simulation, building engineering simulations. And if you simulate that, you're able to look at local materials that can be used and do simulation. Because that's missing, we actually fundamentally depend on imported things. So what we do at Cypher Crescent is basically leveraging computer mathematics, leveraging IoT, leveraging machine learning, and also recently we're actually integrating satellite technology for advanced monitoring. And this is basically used in the oil and gas industry. And of course, if you look at the value chain of the blue economy, the marine economy, you start looking at transportation, start looking at fishery, building port yard, and all these things belongs on engineering innovation. And that's basically where we come in. So for me, fundamentally, to look at what kind of capability do we need to transform the blue economy is basically leveraging from first principle. All of us studied engineering, most of us here studied engineering. Those foundational things that were taught in our first and second and third year in engineering is basically the most important thing that we need to rely on to transform the economy. Build our ship, simulate everything, and build solutions that actually are Nigerian related. We have actually, for the past 10 years, developed our solutions being used by major oil and gas companies in the country without any foreign technical partner because we depend fundamentally on engineering. All our engineering is simulated and managing this thing with one of the very few companies with very strong mathematics, up to 5 mathematics departments to manage that. So I see us actually leveraging that expertise because engineering is the same. Whether marine engineering, petroleum engineering, chemical engineering, the fundamentals is basically computational simulation. And if that's missing in anything we're inventing, it's basically we're importing the engineering. So let's start first of all to build that foundation of engineering to manage that, to monitor ships, to monitor the fleets, and monitor water, basically leveraging simulations to manage that. So for me, I just think that what we need to look at is leveraging computational simulations to actually drive engineering innovations for the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Engineer. Thank God. Many of us, we think that we've escaped mathematics from university, but I think we're encouraged today to level on, engineering mathematics to be able to drive computational simulation, which in turn, will drive the operations in the marine and coastal industry, basically the blue economy. So it's very important for us, to leverage on emerging technologies like artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, data analytics, machine learning, and all that to be able to drive it, very importantly. A question now goes to, we were talking about logistics now. We've talked about aspects of IT, we've talked about infrastructure, we've talked about shipbuilding. Now we're going to go to the logistics as regards the blue economy because we know that logistics is very important. Shipping, movement, transportations, and all that. So my question goes to Engineer Alamu Abimbola, the logistic manager for Renaissance. Engineer Alamu, what do you think efficient logistics are the livelihood of maritime trade? What, in your opinion, are the biggest bottlenecks in the Nigerian logistics chain that hinder the full potential of our ports and our shipping sector?
Thank you very much. I'll be speaking from the perspective of a user. Even though I manage logistics for Renaissance, we are an energy company. We are not a logistics company, but we use logistics substantially, as you will expect of an energy company. So from what we experience, what are those bottlenecks that we face that we believe if, as a nation, we can debottleneck them, we have a cascade effect across the economy. And the first thing that comes to mind actually is around policy, logistics policy. When the minister was speaking, he spoke to the national policy on maritime and blue economy. I think as a nation, and for those people that did that first piece of work, they deserve a round of applause. If you may just give that round of applause to the Ministry for Marine and Blue Economy. If we go into that policy, it's a clearly written policy expected to last for the next 10 years. I've paid attention to go through it. Every sector and subsector that can transform our blue economy is well addressed. And I think they deserve accolade for that. So first thing, policy is always our key challenge. If you don't get policy right, every other things fall apart. So as a user, an energy company that depends a lot on logistics, we really see that that policy kind of tick the first box for us. Next to policy is regulation, and that's regulatory compliance. And that's the area where we also need to debottleneck. In Nigeria today, we have multiple regulatory bodies. Unfortunately, we also have overlap of responsibilities that now becomes a bottleneck. So in the Ministry for Marine and Blue Economy, we have regulatory bodies like the MPA is there, the NIWA is there, and the NIMASA is there. They are all excellent in their spaces, but there are areas where you have interference in their operation, and that affects the user, like ourselves, and every other person that wants to do business in Nigeria. So a second bottleneck we need to deal with is that stumbling block where we have interference and overlaps in responsibility, where one regulatory control will be counteracting the other one. That's the second one. The third one is what everyone here we agree to, is that we also have infrastructure deficit. And that requires a lot of investment, whether in the hardware or in the physical logistic infrastructure you can see, or automation and the like. But if I will speak, I don't go to the port that much. We have supply chain and people that supply us, so I don't use the port that much. But we experience what happens in the port. Because if we place an order expecting a piece of equipment that we need to install in the gas plants that will deliver volume to the nation, and it's going through processes at the port and time is being lost, you know what that means for delay to our operation. So infrastructural improvement at the port and also in the other intermodal systems. In Nigeria, we have not done very well in that area of improving intermodal transport system. From the ship to the truck, from the truck to rail system, a rail system to truck to warehousing to the distributor. From that ship to shop, that process, we haven't gotten it right. And the one that most of us may be familiar with is the road. We may think that the road is not that connected to the blue economy, but the road is very cardinal to the blue economy. I'm from a town called Ogbomoso, and trucks fell like child's play in my town. So you can imagine if you have your shipping coming from overseas, picked from Lagos, and going to Kano, and somebody drop it along the way in Ogbomoso, that makes the whole thing up. So the road infrastructure is cardinal. The rail infrastructure is cardinal. Those are three key pillars that I think if we deal with in terms of bottlenecks, we will transform logistics delivery in Nigeria. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think it can never be overstated. I think for every sector, in the Nigerian economy is actually suffering from infrastructure deficit. Whether it's the energy sector, the blue economy, almost every sector, that's a major bottleneck. And I just hope that we'll be able to get it right. And of course, we talked about policies and regulations. Basically, they are the major drivers, So for us to improve, on our logistics and all, we have to, make sure that we drive the right policies and regulations to make this come to pass. Thank you so much. Next question, we go again to Rear Admiral Ibrahim Shehu. This particular question is, beyond security, what role can naval engineering and dockyard facilities play in supporting indigenous innovation, for instance, in the manufacturing of components of offshore aquaculture or marine renewable energy?
Thank you very much. as I stated earlier in my first response, we have always collaborated with the industry. But beyond collaborating with the industry, the Naval Dockyard has been able to share its capacity in the areas of shipbuilding, repair, increase local content, and human capacity development, to the extent that beyond helping sister industrial partners, we've exported this capability. As I speak presently, we are refitting the entire naval fleet of the Beninese Navy. We have already delivered 3 of their vessels, and we have 3 more to go. 2 are already with us, and 1 more will be joining shortly. That is a collaborative assistance from our end to ensure that maritime security across the Gulf of Guinea is enhanced. But going to the area of aquaculture, these capacities, because of the workshops that we have, the few skilled labor that we have, the machining capacity, the fabrication capacity, we can deploy these in support of aquaculture, for example, in the areas of fabricating aquaculture cages, looking at food barges that you would use to deploy offshore to wherever you have set up your farms, and then, of course, mooring systems that will help to keep these aquaculture systems in place. In the area of renewable energy, well, we can talk about turbine foundations, if you are going to exploit wind turbine along the coast. Talk about provision of service crafts to support the management of these offshore systems. And we can even create platforms for deployment of solar panels. But all of these will be collaborative efforts, making use of our inherent engineering, fabrication, and other manufacturing capacities with those that are interested in exploiting these areas of aquaculture and renewable energy.
Okay, thank you very much. I think aquaculture is a sector that really needs to be explored, because I don't think in that space we have done enough in the blue economy. Thank you so much, sir. Because of want of time, I'll give the panelists just about 2 minutes each to share your final thoughts on the area of discourse. So I'll start with Engineer Madaki. Final thoughts. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much again. And from our own perspective, when I say our own perspective, NETCO, we do engineering design in the oil and gas and in the energy sector as well. So what we do to support the marine and green blue economy is to make sure that we have the right tutelage right from the beginning, train the right engineers, collaborate with the universities, right from when they are doing their surveys, we bring them in and encourage them to go into these fields. The only enabling environment and also the key success factors from my point of view is to enshrine collaboration, collaboration, collaboration. Because when we set up maybe 36 years ago, we started with an American company called Bechtel. And we became the first engineering company in Nigeria that got ISO certifications. And I'm proud to say that up till now, any engineering company you see in Nigeria today will have an element of NETCO engineer from it. So to continue to collaborate internally and externally, it will strengthen the support for this industry rather than wanting to do it alone. So I will encourage that we focus on collaborations and to explore every areas we have to work as a team in order to bring solutions to the table. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed, the importance of collaboration can never be overemphasized. Engineer Thengon.
Okay, just to build on collaboration, I sit here on 2 capacity, CEO of Cypher Crescent and Vice President Innovation of Triple Helix Nigeria. And Triple Helix is all about collaboration and how can government, industry, and academia collaborate to drive innovation. And we have also taken it a step further, Triple Helix Nigeria, to look at Triple Helix Plus Plus, where you can bring out 2 other helices, again, the helices of the financial risk capitalists as well as the innovation community to bring in that. So for us to really drive innovation in the marine sector, we need to bring this stakeholder. What's happening in our universities? There's a lot of disconnect between the academia and industry. So we came more from a Triple Helix perspective, from 4 different pillars that will help us drive innovation, drive industrialization, whether any sector you look at in terms of entrepreneurial orientation. What kind of orientation are we giving to ourselves, both industry, government, academia, to drive that? Also look at in terms of research collaboration is also part of it, to look at where we can have people from the industry actually going to the academia to drive that, and then as well as the infrastructure that we need. And most importantly, bringing in enabling policies that will be able to drive these sectors together. So for 2 minutes, I think that would be a short way to look at it, that let's bring in Triple Helix into the marine and blue economy so that all the sectors are growing together. There's no disconnect between one sector and the next sector. So that would just be my final thought in terms of driving this, and also building from the foundation of engineering, driving simulation, driving engineering from first principle, instead of importing engineering to drive innovation in the country. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Importance of innovation, collaboration, the Triple Helix model, collaboration between the academia, the government, and the industry, very important. And this will also help to drive innovation. Engineer Alamu, your final thoughts?
Yeah, thank you very much. So when I hear collaboration, my hair tingles, because in Renaissance, our core value, the first is CRIPS. Our 4 core value, the first one is collaboration. But one thing with collaboration is that it's only people that have a common vision, a common direction that can collaborate. Yeah. So that is, people that are independent are the ones that can decide to be interdependent. When I look at the vision of our organization, we said we want to be Africa's leading energy company, enabling energy security and industrialization in a sustainable manner. When I look at that vision, and I look at the vision that is written in our marine blue economy policy of the country, I see real collaboration there. I see those 3 pillars. I see things about people, I see about industrialization, and I see about collaboration in there. So my challenge will be to every corporate organization that if we want to maximize the potential of Nigerian marine blue economy, your own company needs to align your vision with that country's policy. Because if the country has a direction in terms of a clearly written policy, but different organizations have different direction, collaboration cannot work. So that will be my submission today, that just like we have done in Renaissance, and I'm proud to say that, our vision aligns very well with the direction of the country. Let every corporate organization, every parastatals look at your own vision, because without a vision and a clear strategy, we cannot transform our blue economy. That will be my submission. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I like that you went beyond just regular collaboration, but collaboration between people, or collaboration between companies, collaboration between partners with same vision and strategy to be able to drive innovation in the blue economy. Thank you so much. Please, let's give our panelists a round of applause. We are sorry we're not able to go further for want of time. We've taken so much time, today, but I'd like to conclude this session, which I believe, at least, even if it was short, was quite inspiring. It's clear that Nigeria's innovation and entrepreneurship, they have a pivotal role in shaping the blue economy. We've heard from our esteemed panelists about the transformative potential of technology, collaboration, and forward-thinking policies. Now, I would like us to carry this conversation beyond this room. We don't want it to end here, so we need to carry the spark of this conversation forward to foster partnership, investing our ideas, and empowering the next generation of engineers, and not only engineers, but entrepreneurs. Together, we can also engineer a future where Nigeria's blue economy is a beacon of prosperity. Countries have done it, and I believe that we can also do it, in Nigeria. Prosperity, sustainability, and global leadership. So at this point, I'd like to thank the Nigerian Society of Engineers for giving me the opportunity to moderate this session, and also to thank once again our esteemed panelists for sharing their thoughts, their perspective on this very important area of discourse. And most especially, I'd like to thank the audience for your rapt attention. Thank you very much.
Please, a round of applause for them. A round of applause for them. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now invite the President and Chairman in Council of the Nigerian Society of Engineers as she comes up to do a presentation to our panelists and moderator and the lead speaker, and thereafter take a group picture with them. Thank you. Please put your hands together for Madam President. Next.
Thank God I know your name. I will have given you a long.
Please return this. We'll now take a group photograph. Thereafter, we move to panel discussion session 2. And we are going to keep it brief for 40 minutes. So moderator of this session, please begin to retime your timing. But before we move into the next panel session, we are going to be listening to Engineer Ibrahim Abba Umar, FNSE, the Executive Director, Engineering and Technical Services, Nigerian Ports Authority, who is representing the Managing Director, Nigerian Ports Authority, Dr. Abubakar Dansoho. He's going to be making a very wonderful address that every one of us wants to hear. So please, let's put our hands together for him as he comes up to make us happy.
Good afternoon, all. I'm here to just make an announcement on behalf of my boss, the MD Nigerian Port Authority, Dr. Abubakar Dansoho, who asked me to announce that he has pledged to Nigerian Society of Engineers the sum of 25 million naira. Thank you.
It's like that donation is for me, 25 million naira. Please, can we appreciate the Nigerian Ports Authority? 25 million naira just to say, Nigerian Society of Engineers, enjoy yourself at this conference. Thank you very much. And please extend our regards and appreciation to the Managing Director, CEO of the Nigerian Ports Authority. Thank you. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now we go to panel discussion session 2. And the theme of focus is smart ports, and sustainable shipping, digital technologies for maritime efficiency. We'll have all of these in 40 minutes. May I now invite the lead speaker for this session. The lead speaker is Engineer Ibrahim. The lead speaker is Dr. Abubakar Dansoho, the Managing Director and CEO, Nigerian Ports Authority, NPA, is ably represented by Engineer Ibrahim Abba Umar, FNSC, Executive Director, Engineering and Technical Services, Nigerian Ports Authority. Let's put our hands together for him as he delivers this paper in 10 minutes. Thank you.
The President and Chairman in Council, Engineer Margaret Aina, FNSC, the Deputy President, Engineer Ali Rabiu, FNSC, the Vice President, Engineer Usman Tijani, FNSC, MNI, Engineer Dr. Halima Adederon, Engineer Felicia Inena, PhD, FNSC, my mentor, the past immediate President, Engineer Rabiu, my boss, Engineer Kabiru Wanori, the Director General BIDDA of Borno State. I'm here, all protocol duly observed. I'm here to represent my boss, my MD, Dr. Abubakar Dansoho, Managing Director, Nigerian Ports Authority, who is unavoidably absent on official assignment. Please, Mr. President, permit me to read his speech. Theme: Smart Ports and Sustainable Shipping, Digital Technologies for Maritime Efficiency. It is an honor and privilege to address the distinguished gathering under the conference theme, Engineering Innovation for a Sustainable Blue Economy, with a focused discussion on smart ports and sustainable shipping, digital technologies for maritime efficiency. The theme is both timely and transformational, reflecting the urgency which nations must innovate to remain competitive in global maritime trade. Today, more than 80% of global trade by volumes move through maritime channels, making the port system the heartbeat of national economies. As Nigeria positions itself as the maritime hub for West Africa, West and Central Africa, our strategic investment in digital transformation, green engineering, safety system, and climate resilience become essential pillars for sustainable economic growth. The Nigerian Ports Authority stands at the core of this transformation. Our responsibility is not simply to manage ports, but to shape the logistic sustainability and competitiveness of Nigeria's maritime future. This is why today's conversion on operational efficiency, environment sustainability, maritime safety, and supply chain integration is central to our mandate and Nigerians' aspiration to build a thriving, resilient blue economy. 1. Operational efficiency. Driving competitiveness through smart ports technology. A smart port is more than digital infrastructure. It is a connected ecosystem where data drives decisions, where automation accelerates processes, and where logistics are optimized to minimize cost, congestion, and environmental impact. Leading global ports, including Rotterdam, Singapore, Hamburg, have demonstrated that digital intelligence directly translates to faster vessel turnaround, lower operating costs, and greater transparency. At NPA, our journey toward this model began with the post-concession reform of 2006. Since then, we have pursued a deliberate, sustained modernization agenda anchored on technology and engineering upgrades. Key initiatives enhancing Nigerian ports' operational efficiency include establishment of Command, Control, Communication, and Intelligence Center, which provides real-time monitoring of maritime operations. Vessel traffic system to improve safety and provide visibility of the channels. Utilization of ship reporting through the electronic ship entry notice. Deployment of document management system for digital documentation and record management. Cybersecurity to protect system, network process, and program from digital attacks. The e-call-up ATO system for traffic management, drastically reducing gridlock around the Apapa corridor and lower carbon dioxide emissions. Ongoing development of the port community system, a transformative project that will integrate all port stakeholders onto a single digital platform. Data analytical and business intelligence for better decision-making and planning. Additionally, NPA initiated crucial port infrastructure upgrade recent contracts awarded for the reconstruction of quays at ENN Terminal C and D at Apapa, LPC, and Tinkan Island ports through the port modernization initiative underscore our commitment to handling larger vessels up to 400 meters in LOA and 16.5 meters in draft, ensuring Nigerians remain regionally competitive. Through these modernization efforts, we are eliminating bottlenecks, improving service delivery, and creating an enabling environment for trade growth under the African Continental Free Trade Area, AFCFTA. 2, environmental sustainability. Advancing the green port agenda, the maritime industry is undergoing a global shift towards decarbonization driven by IMO regulation and global sustainability. As a responsible port authority, NPA is taking deliberate steps to align with international environmental standards and build climate-resilient port system. Key engineering innovation under our Green Port initiative include independent power projects, deployment of renewable energy, electrification of port equipments, shore power cold ironing. Then sustainable dredging and marine engineering. NPA's dredging operation now incorporate the use of multi-beam survey, LIDAR technology, turbidity monitoring, and eco-friendly sediment management practices. Dredge materials are increasingly reused for coastal strengthening and land reclamations. Climate resilient infrastructure. From stronger quay walls and breakwaters to improve drainage and nature-based solutions such as mangrove restoration, NPA is future-proofing Nigerian port against rising sea levels and storm surges. These interventions reinforce Nigeria's ambition to build world-class environmentally repositioned ports capable of supporting sustainable economic growth for decades to come. 3, safety and security. Strengthening the maritime domain awareness. A smart port cannot thrive without a solid foundation of safety and security. In line with the ISPS Code and International Maritime Security Frameworks, NPS Security Division has undertaken several transformative initiatives. Deployment of electronic access control, expansion of the CCTV surveillance, procurement and imminent deployment of security patrol boats, across the 4 piloted districts to deter piracy, stowaway attempts, and illegal activities. Proactive clearance of illegal structures and oversight of the ETO call-off. Security is further strengthened through multi-agency collaboration with the Nigerian Navy and supply chain integrations. In conclusion, charting the future of Nigeria's maritime competitiveness, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, before I proceed, please let us recognize the efforts of GM Engineering, who facilitated the contribution of this 25 million naira while we are here. Thank you, GM Engineering. The coverage of engineering, innovation, digital technology, environmental stewards, and security modernization present a historic opportunity for Nigeria to redefine its maritime identity. Though investment in smart technology, climate resilience, digital documentation, clean energy, and robust security framework, the Nigerian Ports Authority is setting the stage for a new era, one where Nigerian ports are not just operational gateway, but engines of national transformation. The ports of the future will be green, data-driven, secure, and global connected. And with the reforms underway, Nigeria is on a clear path to become one of Africa's leading smart ports nations. Let us continue to collaborate, innovate, and invest in technology that elevate our maritime competitiveness. Together, we will build efforts that are not only efficient, but sustainable ports that truly power Nigeria's blue economy. Thank you for listening. I have managed my time, right?
Thank you. You did well. Thank you. Now, a round of applause for him for managing our time very well. You could see that Nigerian Ports Authority, even while seated here, they were doing fundraising for us. Thank you, Manager Engineering. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now continue to the panelists. May I request make way to please display the panelists' arrangement before I call the names. But before then, please note that poster sessions 1 is ongoing. Is ongoing. When you get to the exit, you will be directed. Just go to your left. That is poster sessions ongoing. And please, after this session, we shall have the technical session 1, and then today, after that technical session, we shall be having the manifesto, election manifesto. Thank you. Can we please have the display? Display the seating arrangement of our panelists before I call the names. All right, thank you. May I now invite our panelists now. First on the list, Vivian Chimezie Azubuike, Director General, Nigerian Chamber of Shipping. I also invite Dr. Bayero Salihi Farah. He is represented by Engineer Dr. Felicia Nwa Nosike. Dr. Bayero Salihi is the Director General, Nigerian Institute of Transportation and Technology, Zaria. Then, please a round of applause for her as she comes up. Then we have also Dr. Sylvia Afe Oshikpekai, Managing Director, Global Link Ocean Streams Limited. A round of applause for her. Then we have the Managing Director, Coleman Wires and Cables, Mr. George Onafowokan, Honorary Fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, ably represented here by Engineer Michael Onafowokan, FNSE, Executive Director, Coleman Wires and Cables. You will notice I skipped some names. We are expecting them to join us. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now invite our moderator for this session, Engineer Eferebo Silvanus, PhD, FNSE, the National Chairman, Nigerian Institution of Marine Engineers and Naval Architects. Please a round of applause for him. Thank you. So we have taken 10 minutes. We now have 30 minutes to have this panel discussion. Moderator, thank you. Okay, just for you not to sit very far, sit close to them, make way, we'll do the adjustment. Thank you. We have one person online. We have Vivian Chimezie Azubuike, Director General, Nigerian Chamber of Shipping, joining online. Thank you. Moderator, you have the floor.
Okay. Thank you. Please let me stand on existing protocol. Thank you. All right, so this session is going to be focusing on smart port technology. We have just listened to the MD, his contribution, MD of MPA just now. So we know that smart solutions, we have a lot of issues in Nigerian port system, and we know the importance of digitalizing and implementing smart solution in our port system. So we are going to be looking at how we can explore these various smart solutions in port efficiency, while we're also focusing on sustainability in this process. So I'll start with, okay, we have somebody online, Ms. Vivian, but let me start first and foremost with my brother, Dr. Afe. Dr. Afe, please. All right, so can you just in 2 minutes tell us how you implement smart solutions in your operations and how sustainable is those implementation in 2 minutes?
Thank you very much. My name is Silva Afe, doctor. I'm not an engineer, I'm an accountant, but I'm an operator in the industry. I own vessels. My company owns vessels. And we can speak from experience of what we see in the industry. Basically, smart solution is the way to go. Like I tell you, Jesus Christ was the first person on earth who brought smart solution, if you ask me. Why? He walked on water. He now conquered water. When he conquered water, he gave us the opportunity to leverage and work with the water. As a young banker growing up, I was like, what can I do to participate in that industry? I saw that that industry is about $14 trillion. $14 trillion in one industry. Google it and see. $14 trillion. What do we do to participate in that industry as Nigerians? We don't have much participation in that industry. Sometimes, several years ago, I tried to get a contract on shipping. I didn't have no vessel. I had to go to Greece to hire a vessel to engage in that contract. They are very expensive, basically above $10 million. But today we have several vessels of sort in 7 years. The smart solution, what I think for the operator, is the way to see how you can bring down your cost. And smart solutions are the way to bring down cost. One of them is what we call predictive maintenance system. Because the value system of Nigerian industry is such that we don't maintain our equipment. Now you have a smart solution which is called predictive solution maintenance system. It's a vibrating maintenance system equipment that you can put in your vessel such that any aspect of the ship that is bad can be repaired immediately. You have no choice because the vibration will occur. If it occurs, you have no choice than to go and repair it. That is a smart solution which has helped us to bring that cost and also help in the efficiency of our operation. The second one I will mention is what they call electronic fuel management system. Determine the number of the amount of fuel, quantity of fuel your vessel use from your house. Sit down in your house, determine what you are using in their operation, so that no one tell you stories. Those elements are there because of smart solution. So the way to go is to imbibe smart solution in our maritime industry. I speak again about what they call, there are standard training for seafarers. There are conventions for standard training, certification, and watchkeepers, which every seafarer must have to operate vessels. Those certifications are very, very important to have what we call document of compliance. Once you have all of this, I'm sure you will be good. Thank you.
Amazing. Of course, we know very well that he has done justice to that. And smart solutions, we are talking about smart solution, and we also know that very important aspect of this aspect is policy, because several speakers have also made it known to us that we need policy direction, we need vision, national vision, unified and unified policy direction, structured pathway to ensuring that we define what we really want in blue economy. And most of these smart solutions are also linked up to incubation centers, universities, acceleration programs, and all that. So it's important that we also understand that policy is also one very critical aspect in enabling us to make sure that we have a sustainable development in this sector. So I'll be talking about policy, I'll be directing my next question to Mrs. Vivian Chimeze, the Director General of Nigerian Chambers of Commerce. She's joining us online. I don't know if she can hear me clearly. Ms. Vivian?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
All right, Ms. Vivian. So we have been talking about policy direction and the importance of policy to driving this sector as one of the most critical aspects of sustainable development. I want you to tell us in very few words and just 2 minutes, what is the one policy adjustment needed most to incentivize the private sector to invest in the smart technology we are discussing today?
Okay, thank you very much. Let me quickly say a very big thank you to the Council of the Nigerian Society of Engineers for having me. I don't know if you can still hear me.
Yeah, very clear. Go on. Yeah, we can hear you.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, go on. Did you get the question clear?
Yes, I did, but I wanted to be sure if you could hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you. Just go on.
All right, fantastic. Okay, first I was saying thank you to the Society of Nigerian Society of Engineers for having me. Very quickly, if we have to go to the policies, I think that there are a lot of developments across the globe when it comes to smart ports and green energy. Right now, we are seeing a lot of technology that are encouraging the developments in engineering, and also, especially with respect to the environment. And I think that there's a whole lot that we can cash in on, as a country. For the smart ports, Nigerian Ports Authority is doing a lot. We can also applaud what they are doing here in Nigeria. And there's been a lot of concerted efforts to make our ports compatible and competitive within the region. And when we're talking about policy, I think what we should start looking at is how to integrate our efforts, because it's now clear that there is an ecosystem that drives, smart ports technology. And it's not unrelated with what is happening in the engineering world. So there's lots of collaborations that need to be done. We need to also look at data integration as to information that we have, not only from the shipping industry, but also from the engineering side. We know that shipping provides ancillary services. It's like driver of, of the economy. And every ship is a model from an engineering perspective. There's been a lot that's happening in industry with respect to marine fuels, the reduction of green emissions, the work to net zero emission in the year 2050. The first should be recorded in the year 2030. I think these are the information that we need, and these are the things that will drive our perspective as to what policies that we want to, the policies that we want to present or we want to develop to help drive the industry or industries, as it were. Currently, we have a marine policy, which is a marine and blue economy policy, which is a very good step in the right direction. But just like I said, because of the integration of the engineering world, we're in the world of technology and shipping, it's very important that we have such integration of data. The need for us to also have, for the ports, the Nigerian ports, to also look at eco ports, pursue certifications like the ISO 14001, look at ports, eco ports, draw inference, and I see there is a lot of efforts towards that. Then for the engineering, I want to also quickly mention, I don't know if I have another time, that it's important that we start looking at research and development as to the kind of fuels that we want to, that will be needed in the next few years. There's a whole lot that's happening in industry, and I'm sure that it's also going to impact across board, and it most likely will be domesticated. A time will come when they say, and we see that there's a whole lot on the electrification of cars, electronic cars. People are trying to develop technologies as how to reduce the emission of greenhouse gases and carbon. So it's very important that we look at that. So I feel that we have a lot of policies, but the challenge that we've had over time, and we still have, is that there's a whole lot of efforts in silos. So we need to see how we can integrate our efforts, and I'm sure that we'll get it right. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know if you heard me.
Let's give her a very good round of applause, please. Thank you, Mrs. Vivian. In fact, from what you've just said, it's really good. Research and development, integrating engineering aspects to the policy that we already have on blue economy, very essential. That still calls for proper roundtable, proper discussion, proper ways to chart a way forward for the blue economy vision. And data security, data sovereignty. We must generate our own data, have our own data. It's very important, and we can only do that through adequate research and development, deliberate efforts in research and development. Thank you very much. Well noted. That taking us into the academia, research and development, the key, very relevant aspect of the blue economy sector. Like we say, we are not sovereign technically, we are not sovereign data-wise. We still depend on a lot of data. Sometimes researchers may need to pay foreign agencies or foreign private sector to be able to access data for their own research in Nigeria. And these are very critical aspects that we really need to look into. So we need to be sovereign, data-wise, we need to be sovereign technically. Very important aspect of the blue economy, so that we can govern our own framework, develop our own framework that govern this sector. So that's taking, I want to go to the next person, the representative of Mr. Taufik, Engineer Dr. Felicia, right?
The representative of Bayero Farah.
Okay, sorry, Bayero Farah, okay, yeah, Dr. Felicia.
Yes.
Okay, Dr. Felicia, okay, the question I want to ask, okay, yeah, Dr. Bayero Farah. What research is being conducted right now on developing sustainable and locally sourced alternative fuel for the Nigerian shipping industry? Is there any research?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Dr. Felicia Wanosike, Director in the Nigerian Institute of Transport Technology. There are various research going on now for ship energy in the blue economy, because the 2030 carbon emission cut is real and is being driven to make sure that there have been no sulfur fuel in the running of ships. So as a result, there are a lot of research on using hydrogen to power ships, using alternative energy like hydrogen, like other forms of fuel, to make sure that carbon emission is reduced by the year 2030. That is the main thing going on in the shipping industry. And also to make sure, that when ships call at the ports, there are power plugs to help them not to be running power while at the berth. So this will cut up energy usage and reduce emissions. These are some of the things going on in the shipping industry, the alternative energy, because the ship are not allowed again to use sulfur-lead fuels. So there's a need to cut that down by 2030. As a result of it, there's a lot of, even in using electricity to power some of the minor ships, not bigger ships, and other sorts of technology. That is what is being done. And research is necessary also in smart ports, making sure the smart port system, all stakeholders in the smart port, what do? All the technologies, the data-driven, the IoT, and all the rest of them are being used to, leverage on them to make sure a lot of power are not being used. This is some of the researches going on now.
Okay. Thank you, thank you. Please, let's clap for her, please. Thank you, Engineer Dr. Felicia, for that contribution. So, Engineer Michael, you are in the private sector, manufacturing sector, a very critical component, critical part of the blue economy. And I would like to know, for smart ports that runs, data, and data transmission through physical network, as a provider of this critical nervous system, what are the most overlooked cable and wire requirements a port must get right from the start to ensure a resilient and efficient digital ecosystem? Should I take that again?
No,
Okay,
I'm good. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Madam President, for the opportunity to speak here. For me, I'll keep it very short and very straight to the point. What is the motivation for smart ports? Is to drive down costs, reduce turnaround times, ensure that energy is being used efficiently and information is being passed from one location to the other effectively. How do we do this? We need to ensure that the smart port is built on a foundation that ensures that information flow and connectivity flows seamlessly. How do we achieve this? Ensuring broadband connectivity, possibly 5G, possibly broadband across all platforms. There are several parastatals in the port. If we can get all of these into one mainframe where all of them can have ease of flow of information, it is important. Going back to your question, I don't think a lot is overlooked. I think what is overlooked is the characteristics of the environment. Cables are meant to be stored, they're meant to be effective for 25 to 30 years. What we do is we're conscious of the environment where the cables are being deployed. Typically in a marine environment, it's high salinity, humidity, and salt water on salt is very, very corrosive. So when we are designing cables or providing cables, we think of the environment. We think of how do we protect the cables to be able to sustain information transmission for the length of time that the cables are meant to be at work for. So Coleman is a pioneer manufacturer of optic fiber cables in Nigeria. We by far have the highest capacity of optic fiber cable production across Africa. Currently, to be able to enhance connectivity in a smart port, you need to ensure that information is transmitted seamlessly between each infrastructure in the port. Like previous speakers have mentioned, predictive maintenance. How do you know? You need sensors that can tell you, oh, this is the situation of this machine. I will break down in 3 days. Please give me some attention. So you need something that connects all the infrastructures in the port into a place where it's effectively monitored. And by doing this, you're able to monitor and ensure that the plant or the port is running effectively and efficiently. Most characteristics of smart ports these days, almost all equipment have sensors, containers have sensors, ships before they come in, they are located, they have transponders that tell them the exact location of everything. So by doing this, by ensuring that you have a broadband network that is based on a fiber optic cable network, ensures that you can transmit high bandwidth of information, throughput, and you're able to effectively manage the resources at your care. By this, you're able to ensure that the turnaround times are dwarfed. The time from when a ship docks and berths and offloads cargo to the time the client that imports receives it is shortened. And this is really where we come in. We're able to provide the total cabling solutions from optic fiber cables in intercity to fiber to the home, those type of infrastructure are needed to ensure that we can sustain high connectivity, to ensure that we deliver a smart port that is effectively performing for us.
Amazing.
Thank you.
Amazing, amazing. Please, let's give him a round of applause. Okay, I think for the sake of time, we may not go through the other questions, but I think basically we have covered a lot of areas from smart solution, predictive maintenance, research and development. All these things are very critical. Policy concerns, all these things are very critical to the blue economy, to our port infrastructure. Thank you very much for your contribution. For the sake of time, I thank all the panelists for making our time to be here. Thank you, Madam President, for the opportunity. Thank you. Okay.
Please, a round of applause for them. Thank you very much. That one was for the panel session. Then, for keeping to time, please put your hands together for them. Let's appreciate them. Thank you very much. May I now invite the President of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, Engineer Margaret Aino Oguntala, Fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, to come up and make a presentation to our panelists. Can we have the technical committee? Please, I request the lead speaker to please come up. Thank you. Then we shall have a group photograph. Group photograph. Yes, now we are back on track. Please, very important, before we go to the technical session 1, note that the poster sessions are ongoing. Poster sessions are ongoing. Thank you. Please, can we just, don't move, don't leave your seat. Just stand on your seat and stretch yourself. Very, very important. Just stand. We are concerned about your well-being. Just stretch yourself. You've been seated for panel session 1 and 2. Yes, do exercise. Then some of you, you sat down, you did not talk to the person sitting close to you. Just greet the person now. Even if you don't know what to tell the person anything. Not your friend that you have been, some of you travel from your friend here. You will discuss with the person back. No, look for somebody else to talk to. All right, thank you. Yes. How do you feel now? You feel good, right? Thank you. I can see some of you jumping. Shake your legs. Then have your seats now. So you can see that we are back on track. Immediately after this session, we go to election manifesto. So we are back on track. And by 5 p.m., election manifesto will commence, and then our time is managed. Ladies and gentlemen, the next is technical session 1, team focus, the digital shipyard, pioneering blue economy solutions through Godot-driven engineering simulations. May I now invite the moderator who will now come and call the various presentations. Thank you. Let us make welcome on stage the moderator for the technical session 1, Engineer Professor Mrs. Christy Ijagbami, FNSE, from the Department of Mechanical Engineering, Federal University of Technology, Akure. Was that correct? Oh, Ijagbami, you are welcome, ma. Thank you. So you will manage this in 30 minutes. Yes.
Thank you very much. Good evening. Okay.
Please, let us have some quiet. Let us have some quiet. Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening, distinguished engineers. But before I go on, let me adopt the already established protocol. We all know we are gathered here this evening to have the first technical section. And this section is...
Just 1 minute.
Yeah.
Poster 2 is ongoing. Poster session 2 is ongoing. Thank you.
So this section will be interactive. We'll be welcoming your views on the topic, the digital shipyard, pioneering blue economy solutions through Godot-driven engineering simulations. We can see that there is an intersection between marine engineering and digital transformation from what we heard from the panelists. But the shipyard, which we all knew, being characterized with steel, rivets, manual labor, is now transforming into a digital ecosystem powered by simulations and the Godot-driven engineering technologies. So this transformation is just to improve on efficiency, and it's also to create sustainability in the blue economy, while also unlocking some other potentials relating to the blue economy. This evening, we'll have speakers who will be talking on various topics as highlighted, on our schedule for the technical session. And I believe that by the time we listen to them, we'll have the shipyard being reshaped to optimize resources that we have and to help us reduce the environmental impact that is affecting our climate, and at the same time, explore new engineering simulations that will accelerate innovations relating to the blue economy. So I have here, I will call on either Jibril Abubakar Donatos, who will be speaking on asset digitalization and indispensable requirements for sustainable asset lifecycle management. Each speaker has 10 minutes. Then we have 3 minutes for questions. And to stand as rapporteurs this evening, I have Engineer Joshua Aboyeji, Adeoye, FNSC, Engineer Joseph Kolawole, MNSC, Engineer Dr. Cecilia Igbonalom Okafo, MNSC, and Dr. Uche Ogbuafi, MNSC. So I will invite to the podium Mr. Jubrin Abubakar Donatos to speak on asset digitalization. I don't know if he's around. Okay, let's go to the next. You are here. Okay. So we have him coming up stage. Yes.
Donatus Odopara. We are two, but I'm the person speaking.
Okay.
Yeah, Donatus Odopara.
So introduce yourself and then you go to your presentation. Thank you. You have just 10 minutes. You are standing. It's a presentation. Technical presentation. You have your slide.
I've given to them. I hope they will share it.
Okay. So just 10 minutes.
So you help us do less than 10 minutes.
Okay, but let them project my slide.
Give them.
Yes. I greet you all. Good evening. And it's a pleasure for me to be here. Let me introduce myself properly. My name is Engineer Donatus Odopara. We are two, Engineer Jubrin Abubakar, but he's unable to make it. So I will be speaking, I'll be taking the session. Can I have my slide, please? Asset digitization. No, it's not. It's not. That's not my slide.
That's the topic.
Asset digitization. Okay, yes. Okay, that's fine. Yes. Okay, so I'll be speaking on asset digitization and indispensable to project lifecycle management. This is not the slide. The slide is a PowerPoint. Okay, so I will proceed. Because I have been given less than 10 minutes to present, it's a very short time to actually talk about all the things I need to talk about. So what I will do is to make it as brief as I can make it. Asset digitization is something we all know about. It involves everything that enables you to make the best use of your asset and ensure that it lasts its full life cycle. So what I would do is to focus on asset digitization. Proceed. Continue, please. Continue. Okay, so first of all, when it comes to asset digitization, if you have a facility, currently you have any enterprise asset management system that you have that is functional for you, I'm not going to dwell so much on that, but what we know is that that the facility or the asset management system that you have currently, yes, it may be functioning, but you find out that you don't really have a clear understanding of your facility. So I'll be speaking about a system that will give you a very clear understanding of your facility in and out. Let's go to the next slide, please. And that will be what we call reality capture, meaning using data you acquire with 3D laser scanners, you produce it into a comprehensive digital model of the asset. Go to the next slide, please. If you look at the slide that you have two images. One is a photographic image of a facility, and the other is a digital image that will enable you obtain all the engineering details and models that you have about that facility.
Now, what it does is that it gives you clarity about your facility to the extent that you will see and have all aspects of that facility in a digital format. Let's go to the next slide. So the image you are seeing, while it looks like ordinary photograph, it is actually a digital image that gives you information about your facility, and you can relate with it. Let's go to the next slide. Go. So if this is your facility, I'm sure you can connect to it. It's something that you'll be very familiar with. Now, what you are seeing is not a video. It's not like a picture. It is actually is a data that gives you every aspect of your facility, to the extent that you will get all the necessary details that you need to have a clear understanding of that. Let's go to the next. Next slide, please. All right, this is an office. Yes, it looks like an image, but you can see that you can obtain dimensions and all necessary engineering details that data set will give you. Let's continue to the next slide. Just run through and I'll summarize it. So I'm showing some equipment that comply to reality capture. Essentially, it surrounds, it centers on 3D laser scanners. So let me talk about the benefit. If you are operating this system, you will have a very accurate digital data or digital model of your facility that you can use to relate with the existing asset management platform that you already have. Now, first of all, for you to capture this data, you don't need any shutdown. It will also not require you to work at height, so it doesn't give any complexity in terms of data acquisition. And then when you send one person to site, he obtains all the data that you need to operate for the whole office. If you have expatriates that work with you, they will not need to come here physically. What you capture will be able to serve every stakeholder that is involved in the project. No, please go back to the previous slide here. So you will not omit any information. Once you have gone to site, you will have all the necessary data that you need to operate. Let's go to the next slide. Yeah, continue. So the clip that you are seeing now is asset of a very complex infrastructure. And when you process it, everything that you see here shows what is represented on site. Now, some of the benefits is that most of the facilities that we have currently have stayed for many years. And no matter how long you have stayed in that industry, you may not even know or have a clue about what is in some areas. But when you do this, you connect with it. Every side, every aspect of that facility will be known to you. Let's go to the next slide. Let's go to the next slide, please. Okay, so I have tried to show a model to show you that you can obtain every necessary details that you can get about the facility. Go to the next slide. All the necessary relevant engineering drawings, continue please, that you need, the P&IDs, the engineering drawings, isometric drawings, and all that can be obtained. Let's go to the next slide. Now, where it becomes interesting, some of the speakers that have spoken mentioned IoT sensors. Now, after you have captured the model of your facility, you integrate it with any asset monitoring or asset management platform that you already have. you can equip the physical infrastructure with IoT sensors and run a simulation or a system on your digital platform so that you can interact and monitor it through the digital platform. Now, what it helps you to do is to have a very effective predictive maintenance system so that before the equipment goes bad, you'll be able to take action. So you will not be having emergency shutdowns. Please, to the next slide. Now, go to the next slide, please. Okay, so there are things that I have tried to show like, as our roadmap. You can either be a BIM roadmap or a reality capture roadmap, depending on the age and life of the infrastructure. To the next slide. Okay, so if you have a very good system, you will be able to integrate AI into that process. Well, I know I have rushed it, trying to catch the time, but probably if I have opportunity to answer some questions, maybe that will give me a better way to explain it better. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Donatos. Thank you, exposing us to simulation technology, which is the toolkit behind the whole digital shipyard idea. Thank you very much. You can go and have your seat. Let's have other speakers, then we can take questions all together at once. Thank you very much. So I will call on Latif Karim. Give me a seat there. Latif Karim is the manager, computational mathematics and simulation, Crescent Limited, advancing the blue economy through digital simulation of engineering processes with the Kodo engine. So let's have Mr. Latif Karim, who will be speaking for just 5 to 7 minutes. 5 minutes.
So you can sit down, you are timing there. When it is 5 minutes, prepare there to stop.
Do we have Latif Karim around? Okay. Okay, can we go to the next speaker? Is he around? No. Okay, maybe, okay. While we wait for Latif Karim, we can invite Collins Ashilonu. Collins Ashilonu will be speaking on the impact of inland waterway jetties on oil and gas operations in the Nigerian Niger Delta, a sustainable approach. He is the head Civil and Structural Engineering at Renaissance. You're welcome to the mic. You have just 5 minutes, 7 minutes, please.
Thank you. All right. Good evening, distinguished engineers. I'll do as much as I can to make this really fast, or just talk about it. Okay. So the name is Collins, not as spelled here, is C-O-L-L-I-N-S. The O after the I is not there, please. So figure it out. All right, so quickly, what I want to talk about is the role of the impact of inland waterways, really, waterway jetties in the oil and gas operations, especially in the Niger Delta area. Significantly, a lot of focus has been on ports, largely. But a significant of our operations, critical again, is what the jetties in the inland waterways serve for us, right? And they do serve as essential logistical hubs, for maritime transport, for onshore and offshore oil and gas, especially in the Niger Delta. And they do support our rig moves, machineries, petroleum equipment, and not only that, they provide socio-economic lifelines to remote riverine communities, which facilitate trades, fishing, and access to services. A number of infrastructural challenges we have with our jetties really around, and it's been mentioned, if you listen to some of the speakers mentioned that earlier on when we were having the panel session. The issue of severe infrastructural deficit, which is marked by aging and corroded jetties, silted waterways, high operational costs, and on top of that all, we have this fragmented regulatory oversight, with overlapping mandates from agencies, which makes it difficult to actually streamline the operations of using jetties for our inland waterways. And part of the things looked at again is how do we manage this sustainably, and how do we get corporate engagement to work on these spaces. The Nigerian context, really, we have approximately 3,000 kilometers of navigable inland waterways, spanning the Niger-Benue, the River Niger and River Benue tributaries. And these waterways indeed serve as critical routes to enable movement of bulk goods and heavy equipment, which includes water transport. And what it significantly does is help to reduce reliance on our congested, poorly maintained road and rail networks. It also does provide cost-effective logistics solutions essential for Nigeria's industrial sectors, especially for the oil and gas industry. Again, the inland waterways contribute significantly to regional integrations and national economic growth. For the oil and gas industry, those waterways are used to transport rigs, machineries, petroleum products, and construction materials. Those jetties also act as intermodal hubs, which connects marine vessels and land-based infrastructure like pipeline and refineries. They also support safe and efficient logistics for offshore field operations and workforce mobility. What is key to note here is that water transport is more energy efficient and environmentally friendly compared to roads and rail alternatives. The use of inland waterways, and albeit where the jetties serve as terminal points, really, also helps to alleviate road congestions and enhance the supply chain reliability for oil and gas logistics. Beyond industrial use, the inland waterways and jetties serve as lifeline for riverine communities. They facilitate access to markets, healthcare, support livelihoods, and this dual function really reinforces social inclusion and economic productivity in the Niger Delta region. Now, several benefits really why we need to really focus specifically on the inland waterways and make sure they are developed. First to note is that they are very efficient. Inland waterways consume only about 17% of the fuel used by roads and rails. Emission is reduced between 29 to 36%. They are very low cost. They are ideal for moving bulk items. They reduce congestion on the road. I mean, imagine the trailers loads. If you are going to transport petroleum products, you have about 10,000 trailers on the road. And we have a good inland waterway that can move those goods efficiently at nodal jetties that have been established. That indeed will enable those products to permeate even the remote areas within the country as it is, and especially in the Niger Delta. Why do we need to look at this critically? It is worthy to note here that the Nigerian inland waterways infrastructure faces critical challenges, which include dilapidated jetties, underinvestment, regulatory gaps, and security issues. Addressing these systematic deficiencies through a sustainable framework is essential to reduce cost, improve reliability, and support both oil and gas operations and local communities sustainably. If we look at jetties, and this is the core of my discussion here, what do they do? And if I bring them to the Niger Delta, the inland waterway jetties in the Niger Delta serve as vital operational hubs for oil and gas logistics, while also supporting local socio-economic activities, making them very important for sustenance of our everyday activities there, both in terms of operational activity, connectivity, marine support services, safety and emergency response, and also community lifeline. Jetties, as we know, a bit complex marine structures for oil and gas logistics. They are largely designed to withstand harsh environments while supporting heavy operational loads. Their construction includes reinforced concrete, steel piles, and specialized mooring components, enabling safe and efficient transfer of equipment, personnel, materials for hydrocarbon operations. Now, what is key for us here is having regulatory and institutional framework for us to be able to move this forward. Because of the overlaps we have in most of these places, we need to properly define the roles and responsibilities of what our regulators will do for us, which includes NIWA, NIMASA, NPA, and where we have overlapping jurisdictional conflicts and multiple taxations, those really should be addressed. Quite a number of jetties exist in Nigeria, really. And if I zero down to my organization's Renaissance, we've taken a bold step within the last 3-4 years, really, to upgrade our infrastructures for jetties. And they have indeed improved our facilities and also improved how we operate within the Niger Delta. And again, we need to, once those jetties are properly manned, and they are taken care of, it reduces the impact of vandalism, because a lot of times those jetties are used as nodal point for vandals who siphon off petroleum products. Managing them efficiently give us that latitude to be able to operate very efficiently in our operations for oil and gas activities, really. So quite a lot to discuss, but again, we'll take the questions as they come, and I'll be able to elaborate on quite a number of features and what we need to do better to overcome systematic challenges and operational impact that these jetties undergo every day, and how we need to improve them to be able to sustain our economy in a very sustainable and green manner. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. Thank you, speaking on sustainability in shipbuilding. And we are now going to call on Latif Karim, if he's around. Latif Karim? No? Then we'll go to the next speaker, who will be speaking on leveraging on emerging ICT for smart maritime operations, a framework for process optimization in the blue economy. Co-authored by Oloyede A.A., Farouk N., Olawoyin L.A., and Oloyede M.O. Do we have any of these authors around? Next will be emerging technologies for business process optimization in the blue economy. Frank Imoyose. No? Not around? Coastal sand mining and its engineering control measures for sustainable blue economy. Shehu S.A. et al. Not? Okay. Coastal sand mining and the engineering control measures for sustainable blue economy. Thank you. You have just 5 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, just to let you know that the presentations will be made available to you maybe before the end of the conference. You shall have it. So we'll just have the summaries now. Thank you.
The slides.
And equally, it will be in the book of proceedings. Thank you. So help us.
Slides. Okay. All protocols duly and respectfully observed. I am Engineer Dr. Shehu Shuaib Abdulaziz, a lecturer at the Civil and Mining Engineering Department of the Confluence University of Science and Technology, Osara, in Kogi State. Please put up the slides. The title of my presentation is Coastal Sand Mining and its Engineering Control Measures for Sustainable Blue Economy. Coastal sand mining is very vital as in provision of materials for the construction industries. However, its unregulated and excessive exploitation has an adverse effect, including shoreline erosion, biodiversity destruction, and even increased
vulnerability to climate changes. In this work, we try to see the dynamism of coastal sand mining, its effect on the environment, and some engineering solutions for sustainability to ensure blue economy. That's the presentation outline. Next. Worldwide, about 50 billion tons of sand are being exploited. While we know that coastal sand is very vital for constructional purposes, whether building, bridges, port, etc., they are also necessary in tourism. Coastal area is also good for fishery and other purposes. In the Nigerian context, we have a very large coastal area spanning from Cross Rivers to Lagos. However, if continuous mining is practiced without being regulated, there are environmental consequences that we need to deal with. And therefore, sustainable mining practices must be ensured. Next slide. Next, please. Thank you. The work used a mixed methodology approach, visiting the main coastal areas, taking samples for analysis, asking questions and distribution of questionnaires, and samples were taken for compositional analysis from the coastal region. Next. The key locations of our coastal land are Lagos, Ogun, Ondo, and the Delta regions. The major coastal areas like the Lagos to Calabar exemplify a strategic coastal line that deserves attention. Of course, we know that the sands from the coastal region serve our container purposes, provide employment opportunities for those that deal with them. However, there must be a trade-off between this excessive exploitation and maintaining a balance for sustainability. Next. There are various consequences that are associated with unregulated and excessive exploitation of our coastal sand, like the shoreline erosion. There is increased vulnerability to environmental changes or climate change. And of course, our water resources, salt water, and the rest. There is destruction of habitat and biodiversity. Next. There are various techniques we might use to ensure its sustainability, like sediment modeling to know, because ordinarily the rate at which exploitation is taking place is more than the natural replacement. Therefore, there should be a model as into what natural extent and rate of exploitation to avert some of the environmental consequences. Geospatial monitoring, using unmanned aerial vehicles like drones, etc. Of course, the use of engineered traps of sand could also be beneficial. Then replenishment system and putting in a regulatory framework, a policy that ensures that illegitimate or indiscriminate mining of our coastal sand will not take place. Next. Sediment modeling. No, next, please. Thank you. We observe that, yes, the coastal regions have been adversely affected, and it is impacting the communities negatively, and management of this excessive and unregulated coastal sand mining is key. The integration of the engineering control measures like sediment monitoring, geospatial monitoring using UAVs, that is drones or unmanned area vehicles, are key in ensuring sustainability in our coastal sand mining. Next. Okay, thank you. My time is up. Maybe from the question we'll be able to. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shehu. Thank you for still speaking on sustainability. And then, everything boils down on life cycle thinking. How do we design vessels that uses less fuel? How do we create fewer emissions? And how do we also do maintenance that will not affect our ecosystem? Thank you very much. I will now call on Latif Karim. Latif Karim is a manager, a computational mathematics and simulation expert with with Crescent Limited, advancing the blue economy through digital simulation of engineering processes with the Kodo engine. I think this actually has a strong tie to our team, the Digital Shipyard, pioneering blue economy solutions through Kodo-driven engineering simulations. You're welcome to the mic.
Thank you. Please permit me to stand on the existing protocols. I'll be presenting my, I'll be talking on advancing the blue economy through digital simulation of engineering process with the Godot engine. Next slide, please, sir. First, I would like to reiterate that I feel extremely honored to discuss this city remains highly underdeveloped, like we lag behind most of the world in this regard. Next slide. Maritime technology has moved. There is a big shift that has happened. If you look at majority of the maritime leading nations of the world, like Singapore, like Finland, like China, they digitized the maritime industry first because before they now became the global leader in this area. So if we must get to the same level, if we must become as competitive as they are, then digitizing our maritime industry is not an option. It is a necessity. Next slide, please. So here, I'll be talking about a digital shipyard. So we can ask ourselves, what is a digital shipyard? It is not a shipyard with some computers here and there. No, actually. So a digital shipyard is actually a numerical living cousin of the actual shipyard. Yes, there must be a back and forth communication between the digital version and the physical version, so that if there is any problem with the physical version, then you can see that directly from the digital version. Previous slide, please. I've not gotten here. Go back, please. Yeah, exactly. So what are the things that the digital shipyard will enable you to do? Let's say, for instance, you're trying to design a ship. You design the hull, and this somehow would determine the stability of the ship. You want to know what is the strength of its restoring force when it is in high waves. So how do you test that? You run the simulation in a virtual wave tank. This is just like the wind tunnel that we use in aerospace engineering to test the behavior of planes. So we do the same thing with ships, but we do it in the digital wave tank. So these are the things that you should be able to do with a digital shipyard. Next slide, please. Now, you are designing your shipyard. I mean, I visited the shipyard in Victoria Island, and I see that we have a lot of exceptional engineers and technicians. They are extremely good at what they do. They know exactly how to do what they need to do. But here is the kicker. Most of the activities that is related to shipbuilding and maintenance are still being done manually. We are all aware of the recent bridge that was completed under 4 years in China. So that happened because they already digitized the process. And whatever they are doing physically is just a repeat of what they have already done digitally. So we will be able to optimize the shipbuilding process and the maintenance process if we are able to digitize the process. The digitization of that process will allow us to optimize and know the best case scenario before we even attempt the shipbuilding. So, next slide, please. In our case, the engineering talent is not the problem. You have people who have the skills, but they are not using the best tool available to get things done. So, in order for us to become a leader in the maritime industry, we need two things. We need the talent, we also need the right tools. We have the talent, but we don't have the right tool. The right tool that I'm talking about in this case is a digital shipyard, which can be built using the Godot engine. Let's go to the next slide. Now, here is a snapshot of the Godot engine. The Godot engine is a game engine. Yes, we use it to develop games, but we can also use it to build a digital shipyard. So if you look at that, you can see that there is a clock running behind, which is actually a gear system. You have all the gears that represent how the clock functions. And that is built in Godot. Let us say that you have a physical clock and somehow there is an IoT system that is connected to a sensor that is linked to those gears. What it means is that whatever happened to those gears physically will be represented in the digital version. So that is the level, the kind of thing that we want to achieve with a digital shipyard. Next slide, please. Yeah, so a digital shipyard, just like the physical one, is a massive engineering project. So there's a lot of scientific computation that is involved. Yes, so the kind of computation that you need to do does not come with the Godot engine. So what happened? It turns out that the Godot engine has a native ability to integrate with C#. C# is a programming language that a lot of programmers use to develop their software, right? Now, but we are talking about an engineering application here. Sometimes you have to solve a set of differential equations. You might need to take the Laplace transform of some equations and then do inversion. All these things cannot be done directly in C#. So, but the fact that you can connect it with C# is a plus. So what is the next step? The next step is to have a strong computational engine that can run behind it. And that is where the SEPA solver comes into play. Next slide, please. Now, the SEPA solver is a Nigerian numerical engine that we developed at Safa Crescent. When we developed it, what led to that development was that we're building engineering software, and then we have two choices. There is no way you can build engineering software without a strong mathematics library. We can either buy from foreign players like Numerical Algorithm Group or Extreme Optimization or the Advanced in Japan, but we chose to develop our own in-house in Nigeria. And that is what led to the SEPA solver. The SEPA solver has some serious abilities. For example, if we had a lot of engineers here, for those of us who are used to MATLAB, if you want to solve a differential equation that has algebraic constraints, And that algebraic constraint happens to be an index to differential algebraic problem, MATLAB will tell you that the index is higher than 1, so I cannot solve it. Now, but the SEPA solver has the ability to do that, so that is not a problem. Next slide, please. So these are some of the tools that we have developed with the SEPA solvers. And then these are some of the companies that use the products. Next slide, please. So here, I display some of simple problems or simple projects that we solved using the SEPA solver. In the middle up there is an astrophysical problem. You have the 7 sisters of the Pleiades system. This is a problem of 7 stars attracting each other, and then the force of attraction is responsible for their motion. So that is the kind of problem that's extremely difficult that Isaac Newton could not solve when he was alive. It's not because he's not smart, he's extremely smart. The difference is that he does not have access to this tool that we have today. And that is the solution from the SEPA solver. You can see the way the stars are moving. What you have on the right here is a chaotic system. This is double compound pendulum. And if you look at them, all of them start with almost the same initial condition, just a little different. But if you look at them down the line, the behavior is widely different. You cannot even say they start from almost identical initial condition. That is a chaotic system. Then the next one there is your 6-linked bar system. It is one of the things that you deal with in robotics. Next slide, please. All right, so this is another thing that we developed with the Godot engine. You can see the internal combustion system. In fact, this morning I just added the rolling ship solving the differential equation that describes how ship rolls. So, and that is the Godot engine. So you can see the combination of SEPA solver, C#, and Godot. These are the things that we can use to build the simulator that we can use to test our ships even before we build them. Next slide, please. All right, so these are the use cases for Nigeria's blue economy. So you have naval fleet readiness via the digital twin, all right? So the shipyard then will be able to perform maintenance faster. So then you have your oil and gas asset optimization offshore. And then you can also do your situational simulation for the defense of our naval assets. Next slide, please. Okay, so this become then the national imperative. These are the things that we are supposed to do. We need to build a digital shipyard, adopt Godot, learn to use SEPA solver, and then we need to train our engineers how to use this computational tool. And right there is the book that I co-author on science and engineering using a Godot simulation engine. Next slide, please. Okay. So, and then this is the future that we can build. You can see the engineer backed by SEPA solver and Godot, and it's dealing with exactly a replica of what he is building physically in the simulation environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lateef Karim. Come and have your seat. Yeah? I know you have some questions. The Godot engine, which is now the new language in ship building. So it's just for us to think, to look at a scenario of if the fuel finishes, if the weather pattern changes, if one component wears out faster.
No question and answer.
Okay. So this is just the digital twin that we are being exposed to in shipbuilding and then the blue economy. Now we have the last speaker for this session, who will be Frank Imoyose. He will be speaking on emerging technologies for business process optimization in the blue economy. Please, I think you have just 3 minutes.
Okay. Good evening, my fellow engineers. My name is Frank Imoyose. I'm standing on existing protocol. I'm making a presentation on behalf of my mentor, Professor Makoyo Madi. So I'm going to make a presentation on the overview of the blue economy and challenges. So please display this slide. Okay. All right. So I'm just giving like less than 5 minutes to present this. So I'll be very fast about it. So the overview of the blue economy and challenges in the blue economy for business process optimization in Nigeria as a case study. For Nigeria as of today, based on an EMISA, we're made to understand that Nigeria has the potential to actualize over $296 billion annually from the blue economy. But there are challenges surrounding this feat. And these challenges are not far from, first, not embracing proper technology to harness our blue economy. And here, based on EMISA and the World Bank data, we're able to understand that Lagos is a maritime hub to actually achieve this feat by making Nigeria a prosperous nation when it comes to blue economy. But there are challenges surrounding it, as I earlier said. What are the challenges? The key challenges are maritime pollution, which we have our plastic waste, we have our oil spill, we have even our non-biodegradable substances that are actually making the blue sea not working here in Nigeria. Another key challenges is the climate risk or climate change. So we can see that over time, the climate has actually changed and it's actually affecting or impacting on our blue economy negatively. Then again, our poor port infrastructures. So this speaks to the port, this speaks to the blue economy governance. That is whereby the nation is not actually taking the blue economy maybe probably as serious as it's supposed to have been to actually achieve our blue economic wealth. So it's also a major challenge at the moment. So the government, the stakeholders around the blue economy should also do something more importantly to actually achieve our economic wealth. What are the need for technology? Because we are speaking to technology that actually revive our blue economy. And this, the technologies are AI, IoT, the blockchain, digital twin, and the cloud computing. Cloud computing. Now, what are based on the slide, just display now, from the slide, we're going to understand that the AI can be used to monitor, to do predictive monitoring, ocean forecasting, aquaculture monitoring, improves decision making when it comes to our blue economy. Then again, for the IoT, we're going to understand that it can also be used for smart ports, vessel tracking, ocean monitoring, enhanced transparency, and logistics efficiency. Then the blockchain can also be used for traceable seafood supply, secure digital contracts, and also reduce frauds in the blue economy. Then the CPS, which is the cyber physical systems, can also be used for port automation, autonomous of vessels, and integrated safety and surveillance. Then the big data, basically, can also be used to reduce pollution in the ecosystem. Again, the blue economy, these challenges has impact in our business as a whole. The major impact, or the use of the technology has a major impact in blue economy business. And one of the major impacts is the optimization of the workflow, cost reduction, and reduction of even waste in the blue economy. This can also be used to actually sustain our blue economy wealth. Then again, there are some forecasts, or let me use the word, the future of the blue economy. What are the future of the blue economy? As of today, globally, we have about $1.5 trillion from the blue economy, but there's a forecast that in 2030, it might increase to $3 trillion, and in 2035, it might increase to $4.8 trillion. globally. So this means that the blue economy is the way to go as of today. For the world to actually have their own wealth, then we must embrace the blue economy, or we must harness the blue economies and its wealth. Then the market overlook, because of the time, market overlook, we're looking at the seaport giving to us about 2.9 trillion naira annually. The market, the marine renewables energy giving to us about $2.4 trillion annually. The ocean robotics giving to us $1.6 trillion annually, and the blue finance platform giving to us over $1 trillion annually. Then in conclusion, that we have to emerging technologies, which is the AI, the IoT, blockchain, the CPS, cloud computing, are transforming Nigerian blue economy, enhancing operational efficiency and transparency, improving maritime sustainability and monitoring, enabling data-driven decision-making, and supporting national economic diversification. So on this, I can stop here. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Imose. I think we have seen how code-driven engineering simulations are not just technical tools, but catalysts for a new era in chip building. An era where digital chipyard becomes the engine of sustainability, efficiency, and innovations. These solutions are central to advancing the blue economy, ensuring the maritime industry thrive while protecting the ecosystem we depend on. I want to thank all the speakers for their thought-provoking presentations, and also the audience for your time listening to them. I want to also inform again that the presentations will be on our website as proceedings of Ibadan 2025. And you can also engage the speakers on our website as well at info@nsc.org.ng. Thank you once again. You can connect with the speaker as well as we go along in this conference. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all. May I now invite the President of the Nigerian Society of Engineers to please come up, make a presentation to our presenters and the moderator. A round of applause for Madam President. Let's put our hands together for her. Thank you.
He's not here. Shehu.
Hello, Madam Buki. The rest, they are not here.
Bring whatever you have. Bring whatever you have and we'll sort it out, please. Here, hold this.
Don't worry.
Okay, this is Donatus. Jibrin and Donatus. Okay.
For
just
him.
snap it and then.
Okay. That's the way you did it.
Yes.
The way you did. We'll sort it out. That's the way you did. Okay, only you did is there. Okay, don't worry. Let me just do that. You can go. Thank you, ma.
She has gone again. Oloyede. Okay. They will sort it. All right, we can now have a group photograph together. Group photograph together.
So, ladies and gentlemen, please send your questions to info@nsc.org.ng, and the papers will be made available via our online medium. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Please put your hands together for our presenters. Put your hands together for the moderator. Let us appreciate them. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you for your knowledge shared with us. We duly appreciate.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Some of you, when we were having technical presentations, you went away. We took attendance, and by the time we finish the conference, we will give prizes to those persons who deserved it. We will send them something. But then you know what is 5 o'clock, and you are all here in your numbers. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for election manifesto. Election. Thank you very much. May I now invite our own INEC, our INEC chairman, the chairman of the Nigerian Society of Engineers Electoral Committee. Please let us applaud and make welcome our very own engineer, Kashim Abdul Ali, fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, fellow of the Academy of Engineering, member of the National Institute. You want to win election and you are not clapping. Make some noise for him, clap for him, pacify him now. You are welcome.
Is it possible to move this in a bit to the center?
No, they have set it here.
Please be seated so we can start. May I invite all members of the election committee, members of the committee, please come here. Members of the election committee, please join me up here. Please sit down, sit down. Sit down. No, I think. Yeah. Let me get more chefs. Have you printed? Have you printed? Well, we are short of time, so we'll start right away. The instructions are quite simple. We have a moderator who will conduct this business. She's Engineer Aisha Aliu Saad. Please, the moderator. Now, every question is time-bound. And when you are given, when your time starts, it will end when it will end. You'll be asked to stop. Please obey. Because if you have read the guideline, obedience of that also is important, because it can be an infringement. And there's still enough time between now and the election for anybody to be disqualified. An infringement here can lead to disqualification. So if you say start, you start. When they say stop, you stop. When the gavel comes down, you must stop. Even if it's in the middle of a sentence, you must stop. That is the only way you can manage the time effectively. So on that note, without much ado, I'd like to, first, if we had enough time, we would have arranged for all the candidates to come up here and sit. But we don't have that time. So you stay wherever you are, and you'll be called up to do your business, and you can go back. It's a simple thing, just to tell us what you want to do for us. I wish you all luck. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, the President, DP, past presidents of NSE here present, distinguished engineers, esteemed candidates, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. My name is Aishatu Aliu Saad, and it is my honor to serve as your moderator for this year's Manifesto Night. Tonight is a very important part of our democratic process in the Nigerian Society of Engineers. The session provides a platform for candidates aspiring for the position of Deputy President, a role that ultimately leads to the presidency of our great society, Vice President, and other executive committee positions to present their vision and direction for our great society. As members and stakeholders, your active engagement is essential. I encourage everyone to listen carefully, reflect critically, and follow the presentations with objectivity. Your discipline and attentiveness adds credibility to this entire process. Before we proceed, please allow me to clearly state the guidelines for this session. There will be no clapping, cheering, or gestures of support for any candidate.
That is the guideline.
One house, please.
That is the guideline.
That's the guidelines. So there will be no clapping, there will be no cheering or gestures of support for any candidate during their presentations or responses. This ensures fairness, neutrality, and a level playing field for all. 2, all questions tonight are focused on strategic leadership, institutional continuity, collaboration, technology, innovation, and stakeholder engagement. 3, each candidate will be required to pick a number from the set of prepared questions available. For the DPs, they will pick 2 questions out of the set of questions prepared and answer. You have 5 minutes to answer each question, so a total of 10 minutes for all DPs. For VPs, you are to pick a question from the set of questions and answer in 3 minutes, while for the ESCOs, you are to take a bow and leave. After selecting a question number, each candidate will introduce themselves, what they have done for the society, state who they are, state why they are aspiring for that particular position, and then respond to their selected question. All questions and interactions will be directed strictly through the moderator to maintain order and professionalism. Kindly maintain decorum throughout the session. With these guidelines in place, we are ready for a smooth, transparent, and engaging manifesto night. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin. I will want to invite the ESCO members, excuse me. I want to invite the ESCO members by name to come out and take a bow and go back to their respective seats. Engineer Dauda Musa, FNSE, please take a bow and leave. Engineer Dauda Musa, North Central, thank you. Engineer Dayebu Tijani, FNSE, Northwest. Engineer Usman Abdu Abubakar, Northeast. Engineer Clara Chizoba Anyanwu Amadi, MNSE, Southeast. Engineer NSE Inkem Nasom Silas Ezimadu Ezioku, FNSE, Southeast. Engineer Vitus Sunday Ibe, Southeast. Engineer Nze Matthew Chuks Madu, FNSE. Engineer Dr. Ojegba Evuko Wiroro, South-South. Engineer Benjamin Uchebike Ozobeme, FNSE, South-South. Engineer Ayotum De Olu Kayode Ogunnoiki, FNSE, Southwest. Engineer Dr. Ezekiel Kayode Afuye, Southwest. Sorry. Please, the statutory audit committee. I don't have their names. Where are their names? Okay, please, just give me. Where are they? Okay. Thank you. These are ESCO candidates for the 2025 election. I'll now call on the Statutory Audit Committee candidates. They should also come out and take a bow and leave. Engineer Omolola Adenike Adetona, FNSE. Engineer Ismail Akimbolaji Adeyemi. Engineer Dr. Ezekiel Nnamere Aneke. Engineer Greg Obiajulu Oshibuogu, FNSE. Engineer Anthony Sunday Dennis, MNSE. Please step out and take a bow and leave. Thank you. Where are the rest? Where are the rest? Where are the rest? Yes. I'm waiting for them to. Okay, we are now going to start with the VPs for the candidates for the 2025 election, the VPs. I'll call you by name. You step out, pick a question, introduce yourself and answer. Engineer Chuak Tanko Jang, FNSE, North Central. Please step forward. Okay. For VP candidates, please, Engineer Chuak Tanko Jang should please step forward. So we're moving to the next. Engineer Ahmed Mustafa, FNSE, North Central. Please come forward.
Engineer Tanko Jang.
Thank you. Before you start, you have a set of questions, 1 to 30. You pick a number, then you introduce yourself, tell us who you are, and then answer the question.
I want to pick number 2.
Number?
Number 2.
Number? I can't hear.
I want to pick number 2. Number 2. Number 2.
Okay.
Number 2.
Okay. Number 2. Give an example of a success technical project you led, and what lessons can be applied if you are elected as the Vice President of the Great Society.
The question again?
Give an example of a successful technical project you led, and what lessons can be applied if you are elected as the Vice President of the Great Society.
Okay. Thank you
The
very
stage
much.
is yours. Your time starts now.
Yeah, thank you very much. I am by name Engineer Ahmed Mustafa, a one-time branch chairman of Ilorin branch, 2026-2027, a 6-time National ESCO member, a member of Board of Fellows in the past, and as the branch chairman, I facilitated a branch engineering center that was commissioned during my tenure. To that, I had a branch engineering close, an asphaltic close, facilitated by me and built and commissioned during my tenure. I have a fence of about almost 5-acre plot owned by the branch, fenced during my tenure. As a branch chairman,
I was able to mentor several mentees who are today holding versatile positions all over the country. I'm an enviable member of the society, and I've, at least to the large extent, paid my due to the Society of Engineers. During the period of my service as an ESCO member, National ESCO member, I had opportunity to work in the membership board, professional board, and finance and general purpose board, during which time I worked collectively. And with my VPs, my vice presidents at that time as an ESCO member, to ensure we put in place a lot of things at the center. One was during the period of Engineer Bulama, late, when he was vice president, finance and general purpose board. It was during our time, Nigerian Society of Engineers shifted from cash to cashless way of generating and expending financial processes during that time. And as a National ESCO member during the period.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you so much. Your time is up. Thank you. You may please go back to your
Then
seat.
second, to the project, I want to speak to.
Your time is up. Thank you. Take a bow and leave. Engineer Rachel Serumom Ugwe, FNSE, North Central. Engineer Rachel Serumom, okay. So please, Matt, pick a question.
Question 1.
What is your vision for fostering innovation and research within the engineering profession?
Good evening, Madam President, members of NSC. My name is Engineer Rachel Serumo Uge, FNSC. I have been a branch chairman of Kaduna. I've been a chairman of Chairman 2022. I've been an EXCO member, Collaboration and Linkages, EXCO member, Asset Management, and presently Asset Management Chairman of NSC. During my tenure as Asset Management Chairman, I have facilitated so many projects for NSC. One is the Gwarimpa building, where we are going to have 5-story building on the land NSC had. I facilitated the renovation of our office in Lagos, in VI. Is ongoing. We have renovated the 4th floor, the rooftop. I have also facilitated the recovery of NSC shares. NSC had shares for over 15 years. They've been lying fallow. Nobody noticed them until during one of my search for papers for NSA lands, I discovered that NSA has shares in millions. We are still on the process of doing the global search so that we know exactly how much we have and what we have. I have also facilitated the establishment of the cooperative for NSC. I've also facilitated getting the papers for the 8.3 hectares of land that NSC has at Bwari. We have paid for the C of O. We have paid for ground rent for 2015 to 2026. I can't finish telling you what I've done, but this is how much I have done as the chairman of asset management. Going back to the question you asked, I've forgotten. Okay. I should tell you how we can improve.
What is your vision for fostering innovation and research within the engineering profession?
Okay. My vision for fostering research and innovation, I'm a lecturer in the first place, so I know what research means, and I will bring the word of that experience for 25 years into the Nigerian Society of Engineers.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Your time is up. Engineer Usman Tijani, please step forward. Engineer Usman Tijani, Northeast, please speak a question.
Question number 6.
How can the organization engage more effectively with the media and civil society?
Thank you very much. I am Engineer Usman Tijani, FNSC MNI, past branch chairman, NSC Maiduguri, past nice chairman, Maiduguri chapter. And without much waste of time, I want to come straight to the question. Please, can you kindly pick the question again?
How can the organization engage more effectively with the media and civil society?
Okay, the way an organization will engage more effectively with media, I think when it comes to media, I think it has to do with the imaging of an organization. So for us to engage effectively with an organization, we need to have a DEX officer, we need to have a public relations officer, which will project the image of that particular organization.
Go ahead, tell us about yourself.
I think I've answered the question. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Take a bow and go. Engineer Aliyu Duzemma Ibrahim, FNSE, Northwest. Duzemma, Northwest. Choose a number, please, sir.
Number 1, please.
Taken.
Number 1.
It's taken.
Okay, fine.
It's taken.
My name is... Oh, taken?
Choose another number.
4. 4.
In reviewing your contributions to the NSE, identify 2 key member-centric accomplishments that were conceived and executed under your personal leadership, independent of ESCO activities.
Thank you very much. My name is Engineer Aliyu Ibrahim Duzemma, past branch chairman 2016-2018, ESCO member, and now vice president. As vice president membership, we have done so many things. We have used one strategic agenda of NSC, that is membership drive. We drive the membership from as low as it was from 3,000 to about 5,312 now. And that brings a lot of money to NSC by registration and other things. And two, we also bring this idea of national mentorship scheme for the young engineers, whereby we intend to attach the young engineers to senior engineers for mentoring and guidance. And by that, an engineer who is coming up, learning the process now, will be attached as senior engineer that will learn from him to become a very to become a very active engineer. I will come to the co-engineer I want him to be. The question now? All right. Now, about the question, the things we've achieved, we were able to open the window of life membership, which allow members to ascend into NSC and bring in more money to NSC, and it's a win-win for everybody. NSC gets more money for using and investment in the future, and also the member is now relieved from an annual dues every year. Again? Yeah, that's it, I'm done.
Okay, you can take a bow and leave. Thank you. Engineer Ugochukwu Pascal Unzurumike, FNSE, Southeast. Welcome. Please pick a number.
Give me number 10.
How do you intend to measure the success and impact of professional development activities?
Thank you very much. My name is Engineer Ugochukwu Nzurumike. Many of you know me as UPN. I was a branch chairman in Warri. I was a chapter chairman in Warri. I was a branch creator in Warri. Ueli and Saple were branches that started by me. I was a former national chairman of Nigerian Institution of Mechanical Engineers. I am a mentor. When I say I'm a mentor, what I mean is, if Mr. President is to give me the go-ahead, I can create a board of fellows where my signature has produced well over 100 fellows in this institution. The younger ones, I have produced so many of them that I can count branches that my mentees are the branch chairman today. My sister here told us that the property we have in Gwarimpa, we are building a 5-story building on it. Praise the Lord. Gentlemen, I am the one who got us the allocation letter. Gentlemen, I am the one, as national chairman, who got us the C of O for the same property. Mr. President, I am the one who bought us the land. In Warri branch, I bought us a 3-acre land, in which, as a branch chairman, I gave every division that we had in Warri, had a chapter in Warri branch, a 50 by 50 measure of property there, with letters signed, which is existing in their national offices, as we say. If I continue, I will not have time to answer my question. As for my question, you see, I am somebody, when it comes to talking, I am a quiet man. When it comes to noise making, of course, you won't see me. You will see me in action.
When it's tough, call me. Forget the sound of my voice. For me, we measure success in everything based on the outcome. The end will always justify the means. Always. If we are now going to measure the success of NSC in this conference, relax.
Thank you, sir. Please take a bow and leave. Before I call on the next candidate, I would want to advise us to please tick on the question. Please. Okay. I'm calling on Engineer Benjamin Osita Oko, FNSE, Southeast. Engineer Ben, please pick a number.
Number 24.
24. How will you leverage global best practices to strengthen NSE Division's code and standard development?
All right, thank you very much. Interestingly, I am a member of the World Federation of Engineering Organization Committee, and also the member of the Federation of African Engineering Organization Committee on International Committee. For the past 13 or 14 years, many of you know me very well for that, I have organized international technical visits where I have taken Nigerian engineers to different parts of the world. And what is the purpose of those technical visits? Simply to understudy the driving successes behind the achievements they have made in those countries, and to bring them back to Nigeria to see how we can leverage on that to improve the Nigerian engineering practice. And that is what we continue to do. That is what we continue to advocate for, to ensure that Nigerian engineers are exposed to the best engineering practices across the world and leverage on that to develop the Nigerian engineering practice here in Nigeria. And in addition to that, I have also, in the course of my practice, in fact, just recently, I was appointed as the Commissioner for Works in Enugu State. One of the things I did was to confront His Excellency, the Governor of Enugu State, because we are building a new Enugu City. And I told him, Your Excellency, we cannot build a new mega city without building international global engineers. That our engineers, if you are building a world-class city, we must also build world-class engineers. How do we build world-class engineers? We must build them by taking them beyond the shores of this country so that they can also go and understudy the driving forces behind the successful cities in the world, come back to Enugu State, and also apply that in the actualization of that vision. That is one of the things we are currently doing in Enugu State. And I believe that if I am elected as Vice President of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, in line with the fundamental objective of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, which simply says to promote the advancement of engineering practice and research in all its ramifications, I will support the President who has the mandate to ensure that engineering practitioners in Nigeria are given the best exposure they need to acquire both local and international experiences towards the development of Nigeria and Nigerian engineers. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Please take a bow. Please, excuse me. Are you done? Take a bow and leave. Engineer Dr. Dauda Aluya Okuduga, FNSE, South. Please step forward.
Silence, please. Silence, silence.
Engineer Dauda, please choose a number.
Number 5. Number 5.
Some branches are dormant. If elected, how will you assist the branches in your region to be active members of NSE?
It is very clear that no nation in the world can grow beyond its engineering practice. And so for us in Nigerian Society of Engineers, we must continue to upskill, train our members, and provide platforms where our engineers, our Nigerian engineers, can practice anywhere in the world without any hindrance. My name has not changed. It remains the same. Okodwa Dauda Aluya. Or you can say, Aluya Dauda Okodwa. Provided that Dauda is at the middle, I'll respond to you. Of course, we have our branches that are active and some are not active. And so, for those that are active, we'll continue to train their ESCO members and encourage them to continue to be active. And those of them that are not active would identify those branches and try to find out the reasons why they are not active. Is it financial matters? Is it leadership issues? Is it their locations? They don't have places where engineering are being practiced. If we are able to identify these hindrances, then as a society, we begin to work on it. If it is leadership, we organize special training for the engineers in those locations. If it comes for us to teach them how to raise finance in their location to be more viable, we'll do that. And show them the way to collaborate and take a leap from those active branches that are doing well in the society. By that, both the active ones and those that are not active will begin to move together in the same line. Of course, I have served this society in so many capacities as past branch chairman in Ekpoma and pioneer chairman in NSE Auchi branch. I've been national ESCO member 4 times, pioneer chairman of Chairman Forum, and by the grace of God, Vice President Professional Development. And we were able to attract Midas IT from India to donate a software to 15 Nigeria engineers that is worth $17.4 million, which means each of the Nigeria engineer universities that benefited from it went home with 16.5 billion naira, and will continue to do more. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer Dauda. Please take a bow and leave. I'll call on Engineer Halimat Shope C. Adediran, FNSE, Southwest. Please step forward. Engineer Halimat, please pick a number.
Number 10.
It's taken, please.
15. 15.
Propose strategies to safeguard engineering professionalism from unqualified practitioners. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. My name remains Engineer Dr. Halima Shokwe Christina Adedino, FNSC, F9 Meki, F9 Puki. You all have my dossier, but however, I just mentioned a few. I have served as chairman of the Nigerian Society of Engineers 2020 to 2022. Before then, I was a 4-time national ESCO member, served under 3 presidents of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, I served and chaired several committees of NSC. I represented us at several fora, submitted memoranda for us at the National Assembly. We submitted memoranda for, to put an end to gas flaring in Nigeria, as well as memoranda for the reenactment of the railway bill in Nigeria. While serving as the chairman of NSC Buhari branch, we brought so much visibility to NSC, and we get government of the day at various levels. At each of our functions, we have the serving ministers coming to deliver their papers because they saw that it is pertinent that they partner with the Nigerian Society of Engineers. And then you all know that there's no nation of the world that achieves any meaningful advancement without engaging her indigenous engineers. They saw this as a tool and they rode on it. We have very, very robust collaborations with the government of the day while serving as chairman of NSC Buhari branch. And of course, we had so much visibility and we impacted the community. The community where we're located, where we are still located, happens to be the most densiest of the local government in Abuja, the Buhari Area Council. We sang solar power boreholes for the densely community right there. And of course, we built classrooms fully furnished for one of the LEA primary schools. And we all know that education, for anyone to read engineering, I mean, you must have it right from the basic and elementary education. So we made our footprints by ensuring that we have quality classroom, very good classroom, and then ensure that the students, the people are learning under a very conducive atmosphere. And I want to thank you most sincerely for giving the opportunity to be able to represent you as Vice President. This year, I served as the chairman of the board for engineering, innovation, and technology management. And under that board, we've been able to open up the Bank of Industry to our members. We brought Bank of Industry to the table for our members to have interaction with them.
Thank you, Engineer Halima. Your
Thank you
time
very
is
much.
up. Please
I
take a
appreciate it.
bow and leave. Thank you. We have now come to the end of the vice presidents. We would move on to the deputy presidents. But before we do that, please, our guideline still remains. There will be no clapping, no cheering, and no gestures or support for any candidate during their presentations or responses. Please, thank you. I will now move forward to call on Engineer Valerie Ifioko Agberagba, FNSE South South. Please step forward.
Silence, please, silence. Let's listen to...
Engineer Valerie, please, you have 1 to 20 questions. Choose out of 1 to 20.
Number 3.
Share an instant, okay, sorry, you're going to pick 2 numbers and you answer them in 10 minutes.
Question 3 and question 7.
Okay. Share, okay, we'll take them in bits. I'll first read the first one, then after 5 minutes, I'll read the second. Share an instance where you had to mediate between 2 opposing groups within the society. How did you ensure fairness and uphold the values of NSE?
Thank you very much. To share an instance where I had to resolve an issue between 2 opposing sides. As Vice President of the Nigerian Society of Engineers in 2011, we had an issue with the examination. We had a case where my own board member was accused of failing one of the candidates. And when I was called upon, I told them, I know this member of my board, a man of integrity, an impartial judge. But I did not say that to the team that reported him. I informed them I was going to investigate the matter, and I brought it to the board. Because the person who was reporting the case was also a fellow and a very distinguished engineer. The person that was failed happened to be his son, and he was accusing a member of the board. And so I was in between two respected engineers, and I did not want to take it to the president of the society. I thought it was within our capacity as a board to resolve it. And we did investigate. And what I did was to call some other members of the board. I gave them the question sheets to mark. And when they finished marking, the person scored even lower than the engineer that was accused. Independently, I gave it to two other engineers, one from the same zone of the person that was failed, according to the accusation, and one from another zone. And the candidate scored lower than he got from the previous marker. And we had to call the senior engineer and speak with him because he was, declaring fire and brimstone he was going to pull down because he thought he had an issue with the engineer. And when he was called to the table and we explained to him and gave him the papers of his son, he actually apologized to the board, and that was the end of the matter. This tells us that we should not be partial and we should not defend any case unless you have properly investigated and you can tell everybody boldly that this is the situation. And so we resolved that issue, and even the conflict between the marker and the family was resolved through that incident. And today I stand to say that we are happy with the outcome. My name is Valerie Ifwekwa-Agberagba. I am a past vice president of the Nigerian Society of Engineers. At this point of the society, it is a defining moment for us to choose our leadership. Committed leaders with vision, who are committed to professional excellence and who are interested in building an engineering community that we all aspire to see in our society. I am a candidate for the Deputy President of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, and I have served with integrity, with commitment, passion, and determined to build excellence in practice of the Nigerian engineer. And I believe, standing before you this evening, with all that we will talk about, I have my second question to answer. You would know that at this time of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, we cannot afford to go backwards. So we need a leader with vision, a leader with passion, a leader committed to excellence, transparency, and accountability. Thank you.
How do you plan to leverage digital technology to modernize NSE operations, communication, and data management?
Thank you very much. I must thank the present administration of the Nigerian Society of Engineers. They brought a lot of digital activities to the society. A lot of us were able to pay our dues within 2 minutes or 3 minutes. 3 minutes for those who did not know how to navigate the system. 2 minutes for those who knew what to do. And also, we are ISO certified, and also they have brought a situation reducing paperwork in the secretariat. I will look at the digital situation on ground, and we will look also at what we have at our membership app. What can we improve in it? If you look at that app, we will decide to bring structured mentoring program to enhance our membership app. We will also bring in a situation where engineers can come together, an engineering community where we can share ideas, where we can also market our products, where we can do and talk about our innovation and be able to sell some of these things, creating an engineering market in the cloud. We will also create a cloud system where we can archive and save our documents. This will help in safeguarding the documents in the Secretariat. Administratively right now, it is difficult to go back and check what was done when I was Vice President in 2011, 2012. But when we decide to save in the cloud and build a cloud system where all the documents of the Nigerian Society of Engineers are saved, then our documents will be safeguarded. There will be security of documents, and there will also be an opportunity to enhance all membership processes, membership, corporate membership, and the fellowship membership. We will conclude everything online. Yes, that will affect a lot of activities from the divisions and the branches, but with stakeholders' deliberation, consultation, we will all understand that digitalization of our system will be best for us because we will be able to compete with other engineering organizations globally. We will also be able to build our international reputation and be able to have even programs collaborate with other international organizations to build programs, webinars, conferences, and even help our students in the academia to have a classroom, even with people across the globe. Why? Because the Nigerian Society of Engineers is poised towards also having an e-library where students from our tertiary institutions will be able to sit down and discuss with their counterparts across the globe. So digitalization of our system is very, very vital. If we must compete with other engineering organizations across the globe that we sit with in the WFEO, we cannot be left behind in digitalizing our processes, our administrative processes, our financial processes. We will also be sure of our financial spending. Transparency in financial dispensation will be enhanced, and we will see the integrity of our leaders and how they are helping us to take care of our finances. So digitalization is going to really help Nigerian Society of Engineers to stand out as a society that is poised, being the best professional organization in our country that can compete internationally. So I will take advantage of what has been done by the present administration and build on it, enhance it, so that every of our activity, we can have our meetings. I know a lot of people want the physical meeting, but we know that having online meetings, taking decisions online, has helped to save the Nigerian Society of Engineers a lot of funds. And this will help us to look at the welfare of our members. This will help us to build policies that will look at the well-being of our engineers instead of paying so much for all of us to converge at the Secretariat to have meetings. Digitalization, we cannot do without it. We must go on it, we must compete with others, and we must help ourselves. However, we must sit down with everyone to let them understand why we are going this way. It is only when we do not have the stakeholder agreement that we will have people reacting. So the first thing to do before digitalizing is to have a stakeholder forum with divisions, with branches. This will also enhance the activities of divisions. We will be able to give them KPIs that we can monitor because they will also be online. They will also be able to tell us what they are doing. And so measurement of what we are doing will be enhanced, and the society will be better off for it. The divisions will be up and doing, and the branches will also remain the brand and the representative of the society. Thank you very much. professional, she asked, what, in one line, what will I want to be remembered for? Professional excellence, building capacity in every engineer. Whether you are young or old, male or female, I want to tell all of you, you have a voice. We want to build a society where every one of us will be seen, will be valued, and will be empowered to practice engineering at the best level. Thank you very much.
Please take a bow and leave. Thank you.
Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check.
I'll now call on Engineer Bemigo Ofoeno FNSE, South. Please step forward. Engineer Bemigo, please choose a number. You have 1 to 20. 3 and 7 are taken.
Number 10 and number 6.
10 is taken. Both are
Or 6.
No, they're not.
And number 10.
Number 6 and number 10.
Yeah.
Number 6.
It has been taken.
No, it has not been taken. Number 6. The NSE headquarters project still has an outstanding building to be completed. How will you drive the completion of this outstanding edifice?
First of all, please permit me to stand on the already established protocol. My name is Engineer Bemigo Ofoeno, Fellow of the Nigerian Center of Engineers. I've served the Nigerian Center of Engineers in various capacities. 2-time Vice President of the Nigerian Center of Engineers, Chairman, General Secretary, and Welfare Secretary of the Nigerian Center of Engineers as my branch. Presently, with this question you have asked me, NSE has an outstanding building. How am I going to complete it? Very simple. Collaborate with government and industry to help us build that structure. Thank you very much.
Let me take the second question. He has answered. Take the second question.
Are you done?
Yeah, thank you.
What's the
Second one.
number?
Number 10. 6 and 10.
How do you intend to support and complete the President's vision while still maintaining your own distinct leadership identity?
Come again, please.
How do you intend to support and complement the President's vision while still maintaining your own distinct leadership identity?
Thank you very much. First is to support the President on all his agenda and aspiration. And secondly, I will help to support the engineers with regard to welfare and other things that are needed for them to be empowered through partnership, welfare, and other things that will make society grow, especially job engagement. You recall that from July 1st to September 30th this year, I initiated and sponsored a program for more than 800 engineers, training program for more than 800 engineers, engaging experts from different parts of the world, including Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Engineer Bemigo. Before you take a bow, in one line, what legacy would you like to be remembered for if elected?
If I'm elected, I will be remembered for the things I will do, especially empowering our young engineers, making sure the engineers are well placed in their various places of work, also making sure that the engineers are well paid. Because as we speak today, I will tell you, our profession is one of the most paid professional body in Nigeria. So making the engineers to be happy in where they work with respect to work structures and packaging. I think that's what I will do. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please take a bow and leave. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'll now call on Engineer Goodluck Tony at Pomemine Ohuodu, FNSE South. Please step forward.
Good luck, right? Good luck, who? Good luck, who? Yes, good luck.
Engineer Goodluck, you have 1 to 20 questions. 3, 7, 10. 3, 7, 10, 6 are taken. 3, 6, 7, 10 are taken. So choose a number.
Could you please give me 11 and 14?
Number 11. What is your long-term vision for NSE, and how do you plan to align it if Nigeria's broader industrial and infrastructural development goals? How do you, Number 11, what is your long-term vision for NSE, and how do you plan to align it with Nigeria's broader industrial and infrastructural development goals? Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Engineer Ohuodu Goodluck, FNSC. I have been a past branch chairman of NSC Warri branch, a past chapter chairman of Naimeki Warri chapter, and I have been in several committees. Also in Warri, I have been able to bring so many members to be able to move into different places and brought in so many members who were registered as members of the Nigerian Society of Engineers. I was also able to move and get into some industries and bring in some big time managers and CEOs of various companies who became fellows of the Nigerian Society of Engineers. I am a mentor. I have mentored so many people and so many mentees who knows me both in Nigeria and in diaspora. And today, I have come in here to stand in for the position of a deputy president of the Nigerian Society of Engineers because I know I will do it. Now, I was a chairman of the Asset Management Board. In fact, I started the Asset Management Board, and before I finished my tenure as vice president, and I stepped aside to see that the job continues, because whatever we are doing is always in progress. We do not do and stop there. So that is this. I'm also a pioneer chairman of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, Ughelli branch. I'm also a past chairman of crisis committees, of which I have handled so many crises in various parts of this country. And today, such branches are doing well. And I am happy because that is a mark. Then my question.
What is your long-term vision for NSE, and how do you plan to align it with Nigeria's broader industrial and infrastructural development goals? Your long-term vision for NSE.
Long-term vision. NSE is an entity that is already established and it is running. And we have a lot of activities that are on ground, which we must not shy away from. There must have to be continuity, because one does not have to deviate from where it has stopped. So when the next people on board, when they leave and we come in, we will have to follow where they stop and see that what is needed is actualized. And having said that, we have a lot of rooms to meet companies, establishments, individuals, philanthropists who could come in to help us to achieve our infrastructural goals. We have so many infrastructures on ground, of which we must have to see that they are completed. Not just starting it and we'll leave it halfway. But completion is very, very vital and key. Thank you.
Okay, the second question. What number is your? 14. Okay, 14. How will you ensure transparency, accountability, and due process in the society's financial management and project execution if elected?
Thank you very much. I know when I was in service, I was in contract and procurement, and we handle a lot of, I was in due diligence, of which due diligences are applied, and we apply them to the later. Sorry. And we apply them to the later, because without due diligence, you cannot get transparency. Not due diligence with biased minds, because we have some people who will say they are handling due diligences, but they are biased. But due diligence with fact, real fact, and you follow the principles and procedures that guides this particular due diligence which you are handling. Therefore, transparency is important. We don't have to shield people like one of us said here. We don't have to shield situations, but we come out with the actual fact and see that decisions are taken. I remember when I went out for these crisis resolutions in several parts of this country on behalf of NSC. There are rooms to do all that, but we refused, me and my team, we refused that we have to follow due diligence and come out with the actual fact and see that every crisis are resolved. And crises were resolved. Today, we are happy with all the branches. Some of us who are here, we are members of my team who went for this crisis management, but we're able to resolve them. And today, we are happy that these branches are moving fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer Goodluck. Before you take a bow, Engineer Goodluck Tony, please, in one line, what legacy will you like to be remembered for if elected?
Integrity is key. Integrity is key. Being a man of yourself is also key. When you say yes, it should be yes. And when you say no, it should be no. When you need to give explanations, you give explanations to clear your answer and let people understand that this is the way to go, and that is where we can make progress. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Take a bow and leave. Take a bow. Okay. We have come to the end of deputy presidents, but before we leave, I would want to call on Engineer Chuak Tanko Jang, the first the first candidate on our list that was absent. I learned he's now here. So please step forward. North Central, Engineer Chuak Tanko Jang. Engineer Chuak, you have number 3. You have 1 to 30 questions, but 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 10, 15 are taken. So pick a number, please.
Number 7.
What value do you intend to add to the present level of technology to deliver effective training and certification?
Sorry?
What value do you intend to add to the present level of technology to deliver effective training and certification?
As per knowledge is very important to the engineers, I would like to support the leadership and then to bring to table issues where we will do a lot of training of our engineers and try to gather a lot of knowledge from within and outside. Just like one of my colleagues said, we do attend programs outside the country to try to get technology from outside to bring home so as to enhance our own knowledge. If elected, I will support the leadership under the president with means and ways where engineers can go out. A specific number of engineers can be sent out to go and get knowledge and bring home, and then we create a committee where they will harness this knowledge and add to our library so that our technology and our knowledge will be enhanced for the good of our engineers. As a past national chairman of the Nigerian Institution of Civil Engineers, we used to go for, or we've been going for, the ASC program where we do get a lot of knowledge, and when we come home, we will always harness this knowledge and then transmit it through our various chapters so that we'll enhance our library and be able to have enough knowledge for our engineers. Because knowledge is power. Without giving our engineers the requisite knowledge, they will not be able to practice effectively. So if elected, I will support in this direction. And I am Engineer Jangsi Tanko. I was a one-time technical secretary of NSC Jos Branch. I was a national vice chairman of NICE, deputy national chairman of NICE, and of course, the national chairman of NICE, where we used to enhance a lot of programs where we do organize programs that will bring about technical knowledge through the technology enhancement for our engineers. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Please take a bow and leave. Thank you. We have come to the end of this year's manifesto night. Before I call on our amiable chairman, I would like to sincerely appreciate the chairman of the election committee, members of the election committee. I would also like to thank all our candidates for their clarity, composure, and commitment they have demonstrated tonight. Your presentations and responses have reflected your passion for the Nigerian Society of Engineers and your readiness to serve. To our members and stakeholders present here, thank you for your patience, attentiveness, and discipline throughout this session. Your participation is what strengthens the democratic pillars of our great society. As we move closer to the elections, I encourage everyone to reflect carefully on what has been shared this evening. The future of NSE depends on informed choices, constructive engagement, and a collective commitment to excellence, professionalism, and progress. I want to say thank you once again for making this program successful. I wish all candidates the very best in the upcoming elections. Thank you, and do have a good, wonderful evening.
Well, some announcements. I don't know how many of you have not seen the video on voter education. I take it that you have all seen the video and you know how to. You don't have it. Wait,
Make way.
Don't worry. Do you have it here? Eh? Send it and let them play it now. You see, please, I want to appeal to candidates of the future. While we took the individual that was late today is because we had some time savings. Otherwise, he would have missed that opportunity. When you are giving leadership, is about attentiveness and punctuality. Please, let's adopt that. I want to put a question. Because we are not regular politicians, we are professionals guided by ethics. I want to ask Madam President, at this session today, has any lies been told? And if there are lies that have been told, can we have clarity as to the correctness of some of those lies? But before she comes up to do that, no, we'll take the microphone to her. But before then, please, there is still time for those of you who have not updated your records on your data on the database to please do it. Update your email addresses and telephone numbers, because if you don't have the right email address, you will not get the token. If you don't have the telephone number, you won't get the token. So please, there's still enough time for you to do that. Update your records, and those who are owing, pay now. Don't wait. If you pay on the last day, you won't be able to vote. We are going to, if we cannot play the video today, we'll play it tomorrow. Okay, we are going to.
If you don't find the credentials.
So those of you who have not watched the video, you have the opportunity to watch the video on how to vote. After that, Madam President will make some comments and then we can shut down. Yeah, take the motor.
Mic check.
Election day, you will receive a message containing your voting details, voter ID, password and voting link via SMS, WhatsApp or email. Follow the login link provided in the message. If you don't find the credentials in your inbox, please check your spam/junk mail. Enter your voter ID, password, registration number and clicks on Sign In. The voter would be logged in to the portal. Click on Start the voting process. Optionally, voter can click to view candidates' profiles. Otherwise, click on Click to vote. Select your preferred candidates from the categories. To select another candidate in a category having selected one already, click on Deselect on the one you selected earlier. Then, you will be able to select another one. Review your chosen candidates. If you need to adjust your selections, click the Back button. Once you are done with your selection, click on Confirm at the bottom of the page. Type in the token displayed in the box provided and click Submit. The votes would be submitted and the voter would be logged out. Voter receives a confirmation receipt sent to both your email address and phone. As a voter, on the election day, you will receive a message containing your voting details, voter ID, password and voting link via SMS, WhatsApp or email. Follow the login link provided in the message. If you don't find the credentials in your inbox, please check your spam/junk mail. Enter your voter ID, password, registration number and clicks on Sign In. The voter would be logged into the portal. Click on Start the voting process. Optionally, voter can click to view candidates' profiles. Otherwise, click on Click to vote. Select your preferred candidates from the categories. To select another candidate in a category having selected one already, click on Deselect on the one you selected earlier. Then, you will be able to select another one. Review your chosen candidates. If you need to adjust your selections, click the Back button. Once you are done with your selection, click on Confirm at the bottom of the page. Type in the token displayed in the box provided and click Submit. The votes would be submitted and the voter would be logged out. Voter receives a confirmation receipt sent to both your email address and phone. As a voter, on the election day,
No, it's okay.
you will receive a message
Thank you very much. So that is it. The next thing now we'll have Madam President to make a comment, and then we'll have group photograph and be out of this place.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, everyone. Well, it's okay to politic, but it's important that we are truthful. Integrity is the first. And when you are not truthful in your submission up here before election, then we'll have problems. A few issues were mentioned, particularly I'd like to correct the impression on the Gwarimpa land. Even I cannot claim to have gotten the Gwarimpa land for NSC. Please. The Gwarimpa land dates back to whenever. My predecessors are here. So the fact that a division got the C of O because they were asked to use the place does not mean that that person was the one who got it. So we need to be careful. Whatever is done by a group of people cannot be claimed by one person. The EXCO, I don't claim to do anything. It's with my EXCO. So please, a lot of other things were said, and I don't want to go into them. But please, whatever you do, be sure that you say the truth and only the truth at all times. It's important for our society. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. That done. Please, Madam President, can we indulge you to have a group photograph with us? Is that okay? Okay, how? And Mr. Deputy President also.
While the group photograph is going on, may I quickly remind you of the programs for tomorrow. The program starts at exactly 9 a.m. And tomorrow, the spouses program, equally starting at 9 a.m., they have their own separate schedule. See the general brochure. Equally Young Engineers program, see the schedule on the brochure. Tomorrow by 9 a.m. we shall start with leadership and energy talks, and then we continue to technical sessions 2, and then panel discussion session 3. We shall have lunch break, come back to panel discussion session 4, the poster sessions, panel discussion sessions 5, and then at 4 p.m. we shall have group dynamics competition, branches and divisions, and then close the day tomorrow with the welfare and cultural night from 6 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy your night. See you tomorrow. Thank you.